Chapter 2274. Huff, huff, huff. Guyue Fong Xiang breathed roughly as he hid in the roots of an ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the sky. The exposed roots were intertwined and were very well hidden. Guyue Fong Xiang had finally escaped the pursuit. He had the chance to rest and recuperate. His mouth and nose were still bleeding. He hurriedly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and started to inspect his body's condition. Guyue Fong Xiang's expression turned grim. He found that he had more than 10 wounds, 3 fractures, and the most serious injury was to his internal organs. He needed immediate treatment. However, he was not that panicked. After all, this was not the first time he had suffered such injuries. Guyue Fong Xiang tore the clothes on his chest. His clothes were tattered from the intense battle. He casually tore them apart, revealing his hairy chest. There was a long and deep wound on his chest. Broken ribs could be seen. Guyue Fong Xiang gritted his teeth and activated his goo worm. The healing goo worm was like a centipede. It entered his body from the wound and immediately suppressed the internal bleeding. In a short while, this centipede came out of Guyue Fong Xiang's body while covered in blood, lying on his wound. Hundreds of tentacles stabbed into the flesh on both sides of the wound. The intense pain caused Guyue Fong Xiang to suck in a breath of cold air. Shortly after, the centipede slowly exerted strength. Its hundreds of tentacles forcefully dragged the flesh, creating a light creaking sound as the huge wound closed up. Treating the injury like this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause, but Guyue Fong Xiang was clear that there was no time for him to treat the injury. There are traces of blood here. Come quickly. Be careful. This scoundrel is very troublesome. What are you afraid of, even if he is rank 5 cultivation? After being hit by the leader's incomplete refinement killer move, most of his goo worms will be destroyed. Hee, because of your thoughts, more than 10 experts have already died in his hands. Guyue Fong Xiang, this mixed blood is indeed a monster. Discussions could be heard. Guyue Fong Xiang's expression changed. Damn it, he had caught up so quickly. I just finished treating my wounds. Guyue gritted his teeth and checked the few goo worms left in his aperture. After persisting until now, most of his goo worms had already been destroyed. As for the rest, they were all injured. Forcefully activating them would cause them to disintegrate and be destroyed. These goo worms were all accumulated by Guyue and Fong Xiang with great difficulty, but now he had no choice but to use them. Sleep-lurking goo, I can only rely on you now. You must hold on. Guyue Fong Xiang prayed while activating his goo worm to hide himself. This was only a rank 4 goo, but its concealment ability was outstanding, almost comparable to a rank 5 goo. Guyue had to rely on this goo to escape many times in his life. But this goo had a flaw. Once activated, the goo master would fall asleep. The deeper the sleep, the better the concealment effect. As a result, Guyue lost his sense of the outside world. What he did not know was, not long after he fell asleep, this sleep-lurking goo completely disintegrated into pieces. The pursuers were still searching around. Seeing this, 12th Hair, who was hiding, waved his hand as an immortal killer move was instantly used on Guyue Fong Xiang. A yellow hairy man goo master who was chasing him was very serious. He searched the area that Guyue Fong wanted to hide in, carefully inspecting the tree roots that he was hiding in. Guyue Fong Xiang was right in front of him, but he could not see him. Eventually, the pursuers thought that Guyue Fong Xiang had escaped from this mountain. They chased deeper into the mountain. Guyue Fong Xiang woke up and found that he was safe for the moment. He let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleep-lurking goo in his aperture that had disintegrated into pieces, he felt fear and rejoiced. It seems that sleep-lurking goo lasted until the crucial moment. I managed to escape. These pursuers are heading to the next mountain. It is a good chance for me to escape. Guyue Fong Xiang was overjoyed. His injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He moved carefully in the deep and dense forest, trying his best not to leave any traces of his escape. Half a day later, the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange fog started to appear in the forest. Guyue Fong Xiang came to a deep pool in the mountain. He looked around and was slightly satisfied. He decided to rest here for some time. This is a good water source. Wild beasts will definitely be attracted here. be it water or beast meat. They are suitable for me to replenish my supply. If I am lucky, I can even obtain some goo materials from hunting and refine goo worms to replenish my goo worm stock. Guyue Fong Xiang had a lot of experience in living alone in forests. He was a mixed blood of hairy men and humans. In Black Hair Continent, where hairy men were the rulers, he was looked down upon. Even his biological mother, the city lord of Steel Thread City, didn't like him very much. In Guyue Fong Xiang's childhood and teenage years, his greatest wish was to work hard to gain his mother's approval. However, because he was a mixed blood, his goo refinement aptitude was far inferior to hairy men. And these hairy men took pride in goo refinement. But thankfully, Guyue Fong Xiang had some fortuitous encounters. Through all sorts of methods, he obtained some cultivation methods by coincidence. He cultivated diligently. His performance was shocking. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, gradually changed her opinion of him. She gradually accepted him from the depths of her heart. However, good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked and almost destroyed. Steel Thread City Lord risked her life to escape with Guyue Fong Xiang. Before dying, Steel Thread City Lord told Guyue Fong Xiang's background. "My son, mother has mistreated you. Haven't you always wanted to ask who your father is? His name is Guyue Fongxing. He was once a human slave of mine, but he escaped and later became a famous demonic path Goo master expert. You also have a human name. You are called Guyue Fong Xiang. Go, find your father and tell him your name. Tell him everything that happened here. The enemy is too strong. If you want to take revenge for mother, I'm afraid you can only find your father." Just like this, the young Guyue Fong Xiang embarked on a journey to find his father. He went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent, then from White Hair Continent to Yellow Hair Continent. Along the way, he experienced many hardships, but there were always troubles and challenges. Even though Guyue Fongxing was no longer in the sovereign immortal aperture, he had indeed roamed the 3 continents of hairy men. He left behind all sorts of traces and rumors. Guyue Fong Xiang's cultivation level rose. He gained more experience in society. Countless battles and escapes had forged his tenacious and optimistic nature. He firmly believed that one day, he would find his father. Just like this, near the deep pool, Guyue Fong Xiang rested for a night. Early in the morning, the mountain fog was thick. Guyue Fong Xiang came to the edge of the deep pool with a puzzled expression. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The fog in the forest originated from the deep pool. Guyue Fong Xiang waited here for half a day and night, but did not see any wild beasts coming to the deep pool to drink water. All sorts of abnormalities gave him a familiar feeling. Every time he encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was probably this feeling. Guyue Fong Xiang had an adventurous spirit. After probing for a while, he dived into the deep pool. Unexpectedly, the pool water was not cold. Instead, the deeper he dived, the warmer it became. Guyue Fong Xiang dived all the way to the bottom of the deep pool. The temperature of the water was as pleasant as a hot spring. He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The white jade was almost transparent. From the outside, Guyue Fong Xiang could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside. "This is a mermaid?" When Guyue Fong Xiang saw the beauty's face, his eyes widened as his heart shook. So beautiful! He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. This kind of beauty caused his heart to beat wildly, and he naturally developed a feeling of adoration. The mermaid sealed in the white jade was Lianku Xin. Lianku Xin transmitted her voice to Guyue Fong Yuan. "Interesting mixed blood young man. Did you wake me up?" Guyue Fong Xiang's body shook. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he forgot that he was at the bottom of the pool. He drank a huge mouthful of water. He quickly covered his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Lianku Xin laughed. Guyue Fong Xiang felt his whole body go numb. He thought, "How can this mysterious mermaid laugh so beautifully?" Lianku Xin continued to explain. "I am a mermaid immortal Lianku Xin. When I was quelling a chaos in heaven and earth, I was accidentally injured and sealed in this white jade. Young man, since we are fated to meet, please lend me a hand and help me escape." Guyue Fong Xiang was shocked, but he did not have a goo worm to transmit. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. He waved his hands underwater to express his intentions. Lien Kuexian smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. This piece of white jade can't trap me in the first place. It's just that I need more time to escape alone. If you can refine rank 4 Earth Refinement Goo, you can refine this white jade from the outside. It will save me a lot of effort." Guyue Fong Xiang nodded. Lien Kuexian gave him pointers, telling him the Earth Refinement Goo recipe. She also pointed out the suitable goo materials for this area. Guyue Fong Xiang got out of the pool. He started to work. After spending 3 days, he refined rank 4 Earth Refinement Goo for the first time. This is really luck. Guyue Fong Xiang felt glad. According to his usual performance, it would not be easy to refine a rank 4 goo worm. He was a mixed blood after all. It seems that heaven is helping me. I have to save the fairy. Guyue Fong Xiang sighed. 12th Hare, who was hiding at the side, laughed and shook his head. He had secretly helped him. Otherwise, how could Guyue Fong Xiang succeed in one try? Guyue Fong Xiang obtained the rank 4 Earth Refinement Goo. He did not rest. He dragged his tired body to the bottom of the pool and refined the white jade. Lien Kuexian successfully escaped. She smiled at Guyue Fong Xiang, showing a look of appreciation in her eyes. Guyue Fong Xiang's face turned red as he lowered his head. To express her gratitude, Lien Kuexian waved her hand and healed all of Guyue Fong Xiang's injuries. Next, she gave Guyue Fong Xiang close to 10 mortal goo, as well as an inheritance. Lien Kuexian was about to leave. Guyue Fong Xiang was in a daze. He stammered, Fairy, where can I meet you again?" Lien Kuexian smiled lightly. "Do you know the difference between mortals and immortals?" Guyue Fong Xiang's body shook. His expression turned ashen. But Lien Kuexian continued, "The inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will meet me again in the future." Guyue Fong Xiang cried out involuntarily. He did not expect this fortuitous encounter to be so huge. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the pool in a daze, looking at Lien Kuexian flying into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. "Lien Kuexian, Fairy Kuexian," Guyue Fong Xiang muttered, clutching his chest. Lien Kuexian's appearance was deeply engraved in his heart. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had another goal in life. That was to become a goo immortal and meet Fairy Lien Kuexian again. P.S. Fixed many bugs in chapters 270 to 276. Thank you to the friends in this chapter for your guidance. I will try to repay some of the Alliance Leaders chapters this month. Chapter 2275. How is it? 12th Hare smiled. In the clouds, he met with the mermaid immortal Lien Kuexian secretly. Lien Kuexian replied, "He is indeed a goo immortal seed. He has a high chance of becoming an immortal." 12th Hare shook his head. This time, he has a strong motivation to cultivate, but it is not enough. We need to increase his foundation as much as possible. After all, he can only pass the adjustment of 3 qi by himself. As for the other tribulations, they were not a problem. They could secretly help from the side. Then what do you mean? Lien Kuexian showed some hesitation. 12th Hare said, "I will give him 7 to 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal goo. After that, I will lure those pursuers over and let them train for him." His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead. She is in a state of near death. Only goo immortal methods can save her. I will let him know this. It will strengthen his desire and determination to undergo tribulation. Lien Kuexian heard this and was silent for a while before praising. "You are truly far-sighted. I cannot compare to you. After this mission is completed, I hope you can distribute the contribution points." "Fairy, you are too humble." 12th Hare squinted, waving his hand. "I will report your contribution. Furthermore, the distribution of contribution points is a matter of Star Collection City. How can I interfere?" Lien Kuexian had originally accepted the mission to get close to and befriend 12th Hare. But when she learned of Guyue Fong Xiang's special identity, she immediately understood that Guyue Fong Xiang would be placed in an important position by Feng Yuan in the future. This mermaid immortal thought of a plan. She did not hesitate to take action personally and interact with Guyue Fong Xiang. In order to perform better, This mermaid immortal was willing to go all out. 12th Hair was worried that her performance would reduce his gains, so he revealed his other plan to Lianku Xian. Lianku Xian was also very perceptive. She immediately expressed that she would not compete for the credit. 12th Hair was very satisfied. The atmosphere between the two thus returned to normal, becoming harmonious again. After chatting for a while, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot up from the south. An eerie goo refinement aura spread out. Lianku Xian sensed it and her expression changed. Someone refined a rank 7 immortal goo? She then looked at 12th Hair and praised, "Your clan is indeed full of talents. Just this surging aura alone makes this one yearn for it. I wonder if fellow immortal can introduce me to him?" 12th Hair showed a troubled expression. He shook his head and subconsciously lowered his voice. "If it were any other hairy man goo immortal, I would definitely introduce them to you. But this person is very special. His true identity is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. Master used a method to imprison him, refining goo all day long." Lianku Xian was shocked. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she asked, "Don't tell me, this imprisoned goo immortal is 6th Hair?" 12th Hair nodded. "Fairy, you are very smart. The valley that 6th Hair lives in has also been specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the entire sovereign immortal aperture, commonly known as Secluded Valley Forbidden Area. At this time, in the Secluded Valley Forbidden Area, 6th Hair's body was as thin as a stick. His cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deep. A rank 7 immortal goo had just been refined. This goo worm was like an ant. Its upper body was large and shiny, while its lower body was small and dim. Its front limbs were short and weak, while its back limbs were long and powerful. It was the enslavement path immortal goo, master servant goo. I finally refined it 33 times. I was heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still succeeded. With this immortal goo, I can definitely help sect leader Feng Yuan. I still need to rely on sect leader to save my main body. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it, let's continue refining goo. The more immortal goo I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will become, and the greater the hope of saving my main body." 6th Hair's mind was not right. After muttering for a long time, he immediately started to refine other immortal goo. A moment later, in jewel yellow skies, Feng Yuan's will and He Fengyang completed a transaction under everyone's gazes. Feng Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point in Central Continent. It was called 9 Central Stone Forest, while He Fengyang obtained the Master Servant goo. He really made the transaction unbelievable. He Fengyang is actually so daring. He is not throwing caution to the wind. He must have received instructions from Immortal Crane Sect to do this. Crane Gate? No, even Crane Gate cannot resist the pressure of openly transacting with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. There must be Celestial Court's permission behind this. Otherwise, why would Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects dare to do this? Didn't Celestial Court declare that Feng Yuan is a demon venerable? They actually cooperated with him? So what? How hard is it to refine a rank 7 immortal goo? Celestial Court is extremely rich. They have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. They can exchange for an immortal goo with just a little bit. I would do the same. Feng Yuan is indeed worthy of being Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Refining a rank 7 immortal goo is so easy. It is as easy as drinking water. What do you think will happen if he refines a rank 8 immortal goo? It won't be so easy, right? I feel that there is at most a 50%, no, 30% chance of success. Then what about refining a rank 9 immortal goo? Hee, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable would find it difficult to refine a rank 9 immortal goo. Look at the historical records. The number of rank 9 immortal goo refinements can be counted on one hand, but how many of them succeeded? Even star constellation Immortal Venerable spent 100 years to refine rank 9 wisdom goo. That's right, Celestial Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair a rank 9 fate goo. And in the end, didn't they fail at the last moment? And this is just repairing a rank 9 immortal goo. Refining a rank 9 immortal goo is too difficult. That is hard to say. After all, Gu Feng Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history We can only look up to him. There is no way we can estimate him. At once, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They had just started to talk about Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment. They were curious about what kind of refinement path strength he had as a refinement path venerable. Most people thought that it would be very difficult for Feng Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. After all, there were many historical records. The remaining small portion of Gu immortals felt that they were too weak. They could not guess Feng Yuan's true limits. Gradually, the topic of the Gu immortals discussion shifted to Celestial Court under the influence of some people. Celestial Court's tacit acceptance towards He Fengyang, star constellation Immortal Venerable's ambiguous attitude towards Feng Yuan made the immortals feel disdain and ridicule, but they could understand why Celestial Court did this. After all, Feng Yuan's business could not be stopped, and it was very profitable. Because of this topic, the Gu immortals started to talk about Celestial Court stopping the distribution of Immortal Yuan stones. Thus, complaints and calls for Celestial Court to redistribute Immortal Yuan stones arose. Voices of ridicule and jealousy towards Celestial Court rose to the surface. Celestial Court had always been the number 1 human force in the world. It stood proudly at the top of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing Immortal Yuan stones. It went against their previous position and style. The shortage of Immortal Yuan stones was indeed a huge problem for many Gu immortals. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, out of the 10 transactions, 9 of them were already bartering with items. The remaining transaction was when super forces offered high prices to purchase Immortal Yuan stones. Western Desert. Fang Dichang was also activating Gu worms to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This wave of criticism towards Celestial Court is not right. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are likely adding fuel to the fire. Fang Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he recognized the peculiarity. The truth was that Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. Celestial Court's reputation fell again and again in this wave of criticism. Fang Dichang's divine sense arrived in front of Feng Yuan's will and communicated in an extremely humble manner. Western Desert's Fang Dichang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Lord Alliance Leader is a man of wisdom and martial virtue. You have blessed the world. I wish Lord Alliance Leader eternal blessings and longevity. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuan's will waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Fang Dichang. Enough nonsense, let's transact. Fang Dichang quickly acknowledged. Thus, after He Fengyang's transaction, another transaction succeeded. Feng Yuan refined a rank 7 Immortal Gu and gave it to Western Desert's Feng Clan. And Feng Clan provided an Earth Vein resource point, as well as millions of hairy man slaves. Feng Clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in the dark, benefiting from both sides. But Feng Yuan declared his great love and exposed his close relationship with Feng Clan. Feng Clan was dumbfounded for a while. One clan gathered Western Desert's righteous path to attack Feng Clan. Even though they failed, Feng Clan recognized their situation and no longer had any thoughts of getting lucky. Thus, under Fang Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Feng Clan publicly announced that they would join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Feng Clan can only cooperate closely with Feng Yuan and make use of this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Fang Dichang sighed inwardly. This identity was very risky, but at the same time, it also brought with it immense benefits. Immortal Gu were too difficult to refine. With this Immortal Gu, my battle strength can match ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals for now. Fang Dichang fell into deep thought again. He had already succeeded in his immortal ascension and became a rank 6 Gu immortal again. The harmonization of 3 Qi was a huge obstacle, but Fang Dichang had the experience of success. There was no reason to fail the second time after succeeding the first time. Another problem in immortal ascension was calamities and tribulations. With the help of Feng Clan's Gu immortals, there was no threat in most situations. Unless Dream Path or Painting Path calamities and tribulations appeared. But what made Fang Dichang feel regretful was that he did not have the chance to learn from nature in this immortal ascension. Every Gu master's immortal ascension had a peerless opportunity to learn from nature. Using this opportunity to ask about the secrets of heaven and earth would often result in great gains. But this time, Fang Dicheng lost this opportunity. This was not because it was his second immortal ascension, but because there was a problem with providence itself. With the fusion of the two heavens, providence fell into chaos and turbulence. It was hard to take care of the small issue of learning from nature. After resting for a few more days, we will attack one clan. At this moment, Fang Dicheng's eyes were like an eagle's. Chapter 2276. Northern Plains. The golden light drifted in the sky like strands and threads, and it formed a golden glow that covered the sky before seeping into the ground, causing it to be vast and continuous, and it was an extremely majestic scene. Giant Sun Immortal was refining Northern Plains' luck path Dao but at this time, the golden light that filled the world gradually calmed down. A moment later, the core of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowly opened his eyes. He had a handsome face. His mouth, nose, eyes, and brows were all very firm, but his expression was indifferent right now, revealing a trace of undetectable helplessness. Ever since the three Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but failed because of Fang Yuan's interference, Giant Sun Immortal returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Dao here. During this period of time, he had made great progress. Now, he had already completed his plan. All the luck path Dao in Northern Plains core area were refined by him. The range of luck path Dao covered the wisdom path Dao that star constellation Immortal Venerable refined earlier. It negated some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage here. Even though Giant Sun Immortal could do nothing to the wisdom path Dao that star constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But at least in the future, when they fought here, star constellation Immortal Venerable would gain the amplification of wisdom path Dao and so would Giant Sun Immortal. He would not lose his home ground advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal sighed internally. The process of refining natural Dao expended rank 9 immortal essence intensely. At the start, Giant Sun Immortal only refined the luck path Dao around him. It was like weaving a spherical spider web. From one point, it grew to a small ball, and then to a large ball. As the spider web grew larger, the number of Dao it came into contact with increased. At the same time, refining these luck path Dao consumed a terrifying amount of immortal essence. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal only had over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. He had no choice but to stop. His immortal essence storage was already at a critical level. He had to reserve some in case of accidents. Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence now. This was his only source of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven would not do. Although the Longevity Heaven hadn't devoured any of the 9 heavens fragments and wasn't corroded by the power of providence, after the Giant Sun Immortal died, it couldn't produce the Giant Sun's immortal energy. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal had revived, the true Venerable Immortal Aperture was this one in his body. It had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Furthermore, this second aperture of Giant Sun Immortal had just been constructed. It was not very prosperous. The Immortal Aperture origin source could not produce much immortal essence. Unless Giant Sun Immortal absorbed Longevity Heaven into his body, but if he did that, the luck path Dao in his body would increase sharply, and he would lose the possibility of cultivating blood path. I must first cultivate my blood path to a certain extent before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This was the pain of development, and it had to be endured. Cultivating the blood path at the same time will be of great help to the competition between supremacies. Thankfully, I don't have enough immortal essence. The situation for the other two Venerables will be worse. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He had always felt that he had an advantage in terms of immortal essence. Even though he could not refine luck path Dao for the time being, Giant Sun Immortal was not idle. He waited for the immortal essence to be produced while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor's true identity was Giant Sun Immortal's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path. He left behind countless blood path inheritances after his death. Most of them were mortal goo or mortal killer moves. But there were 9 true inheritances at Gu Immortal level. They were the peak of blood path at that time. These 9 inheritances were Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, Blood Deity Gu, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. Unfortunately, Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by the Celestial Court when he was alive. His inheritances were also the same after his death. They were mostly destroyed. Thankfully, Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances were useful. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders Gu Immortal Shang Yen Fei. When he was young, he found Blood Handprint Immortal Gu in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. Later, he obtained the Blood Shadow Gu True Inheritance. Northern Plains Meridian Blood Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Dongfang Naganori. Western Deserts Blood Chi Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The true inheritance regarding the ancient, desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat was obtained by Shadow Sect. It ended up in Song Zixing's hands. Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal Gu True Inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. Most of it was destroyed. The remnant recipe of Blood Deity Immortal Gu was obtained by Myriad Dragon Doc. Of the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changes in heaven and earth, Blood Skull Immortal Gu was destroyed due to the volcanic eruption. Blood Sweat Gu was mysteriously taken. It had not appeared until now. Maybe something happened to the person who took it. The Blood Battle Gu True Inheritance was accidentally destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal revived, he collected all of the Huang Jin tribe's blood path research results. Longevity Heaven also had some results. Next, he ordered Earth Extremity Gon and I to refine Immortal Gu. He obtained several Blood Path Immortal Gu, but only Blood Battle Immortal Gu was included. As for the other 7 Immortal Gu, other than Blood Deity Immortal Gu, he had already tried them. The result was that these Immortal Gu all existed in the world. Without a choice, Giant Sun Immortal had to use Imitation Gu to temporarily turn into Blood Relation Gu. He was barely able to construct a blood path formation and successfully revive in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the blood path primordial domain. My blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grandmaster now. But there were too few blood path Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave and reached Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Then he snatched the primordial domain. His first focus was on blood path. He snatched a lot of the primordial domain. He did not have time to absorb it back then, but now, he had secretly absorbed all the blood path-related primordial domain. In terms of attainment level, he was the number 1 blood path person in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but back then, he felt awkward like he could not make bricks without straw. He needed more and more crucial blood path Immortal Gu. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal yearned for were Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu, Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Relation Immortal Gu, and others. But the reality was, these Immortal Gu all had owners. Gon and I had been refining all sorts of Blood Path Immortal Gu for Giant Sun Immortal. Blood Rope Immortal Gu was one of the results. But these Immortal Gu were too low level. They were not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. He needed to at least raise these Blood Path Immortal Gu to rank 8. It was too difficult for Gon and I to complete this task. Gon and I dual cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path Gu Immortal. Even for a Gu Immortal who cultivated Path, the efficiency of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu was very low. If Longhair Ancestor was still alive, it would be much more convenient. Giant Sun Immortal started to miss Longhair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine so many Luck Path Immortal Gu, gradually building 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fang Yuan refined so many Blood Path Immortal Gu. Be it for this or for refining Blood Path Immortal Gu in the future, I need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal found that he could not avoid Fang Yuan. Especially when Feng Yang and Fang Yuan's public transaction succeeded, Giant Sun Immortal found out about Celestial Court's ambiguous attitude. Celestial Court had already done this. If Giant Sun Immortal did not follow them, he would be left behind by Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will let Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu do it. I will buy blood path immortal goo from Feng Yuan. Humph. Isn't he close to Feng Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal made up his mind. Next, he started to deduce blood path immortal goo recipes, as well as more blood path killer moves. His blood path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was his greatest source of confidence. Of course, on the other hand, he was also using all sorts of methods to search for the blood path research results of the super forces, as well as the outstanding blood path inheritances that had been passed down. After all, deducing these immortal goo recipes and immortal killer moves required time and effort. If he had any results, it would save Giant Sun Immortal a lot of time and resources. Celestial Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks. It was not that she did not want to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal. Her immortal essence reserves had reached the limit. She had no choice but to stop. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal's. Her previous life's Venerable Immortal Aperture had already been contributed to Celestial Court, while Celestial Court had annexed a large number of immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Under the corrosion of providence, her wisdom path Dao marks had turned into natural Dao marks. She could not be like Giant Sun Immortal, who could retrieve her original Venerable Immortal Aperture and increase the number of her Dao marks. But she had an advantage. Celestial Court had far more wisdom path Dao marks than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous life. Because Celestial Court had existed for over 3 million years, during which countless wisdom path rank 8 goo immortals were born, their immortal apertures had also fused with Celestial Court. If she could completely refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's amplification would be far greater than Giant Sun Immortal's in Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She was trying to use Star Eyes Goo and others to modify her combat system. Like Giant Sun Immortal, she had also absorbed a lot of primordial domain, becoming a Supreme Grandmaster of Star Path. Furthermore, she cultivated Wisdom Path. She had a greater advantage in deducing killer moves than Giant Sun Immortal. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was too intense. But when deducing killer moves, the immortal essence expenditure was completely acceptable for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. With her current Venerable Immortal Aperture, the immortal essence production was higher than the immortal essence expenditure. Most importantly, I need to completely refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. After that, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use her killer move to conceal the details of Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks to investigate forcefully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deeply aware of the principle that it was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. After I conceal Giant Sun Immortal's investigation, the first step is to break the truthful floating ice and take out the derivation goo inside to help the development of human path. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal should have the advantage. In terms of goo refinement, Feng Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation immortal goo. As long as I use it properly, I will be able to surpass the 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. The 3 venerables were in a standoff. Even though they were not fighting, this was just a different method of competition. Dao marks refinement, immortal essence storage, rank 9 immortal goo, and other aspects became the focus of the competition between the 3 venerables. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2277. Eastern Sea. This should be enough. I should stop for now. Feng Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao marks. Feng Yuan had over 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence in the sovereign immortal aperture. But Feng Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao marks because of his immortal essence storage. In fact, while he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks on the surface, he was actually dispelling the truthful floating ice. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence was used to dispel the truthful floating ice. Only a small portion was used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. This performance allowed star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to stay in their respective headquarters. They did not find trouble with Feng Yuan. Oh, Giant Sun Immortal has stopped refining natural Tao marks. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. This information could not be concealed, and because the three venerables paid close attention to each other, Feng Yuan soon learned of it. Giant Sun Immortal should not have much immortal essence left. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable is hiding in Celestial Court, her situation should be the same. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The two venerables' immortal essence reserves were low. They were less likely to find trouble with Feng Yuan. The threat they posed to Feng Yuan was also reduced by several times. Thankfully, I took a risk and succeeded in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Otherwise, I would be in a lot of trouble now. With 3 venerables, once they fell behind, it would be hard to catch up. After all, the 3 venerables were heroes among heroes. Right now, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the 3 venerables. But the truth is, I have many advantages. I have surpassed the 2 venerables. Feng Yuan evaluated. Firstly, rank 9, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was truly powerful. Next, Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was reinforced with time path methods. The flow of time was faster than the 2 venerables. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Tao marks. There were almost no time path methods that could affect their immortal apertures. Finally, Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation far surpassed the 2 venerables' immortal apertures that he had just started developing. The amount of yellow apricot immortal essence produced by the Immortal Aperture Origin Core was much higher than the 2 venerables. With these 3 factors combined, Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal elemental energy output was much higher than the 2 venerables. When Feng Yuan was refining the natural Tao marks, he tried his best to look like he was having a hard time continuing, stopping frequently. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the 2 venerables did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because the 2 venerables knew about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they understood the disadvantage of non-conflicting Tao marks. They felt that Feng Yuan would not take the risk to increase the speed of time. As for the amount of immortal essence produced by the Immortal Aperture Origin Core, because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had just gone through a small chaotic disaster, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's blessing and disaster ambush, the 2 venerables had underestimated the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation. Especially during this period of time, Feng Yuan was refining Gu publicly in Jewel Yellow Skies. He was willing to pay Immortal Gu to purchase all kinds of resource points. He did not conceal his intention of constructing earth veins and water veins. This kind of full-on construction of the Immortal Aperture was seen by the 2 venerables. It only confirmed their guess that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had suffered great losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan tried to guess the 2 venerables' thoughts. In their opinion, I need to work on the immortal essence production. Refining rank 9 Immortal Gu is too risky. Accelerating the Immortal Aperture's time will lead to calamities and tribulations. I will expose my weakness. Thus, I can only develop the Immortal Aperture madly, to make the Immortal Aperture Origin Core deeper and produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. But if I expose even the slightest flaw, the 2 venerables might be suspicious. Especially Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path person in history. It will be very difficult to deceive her. Feng Yuan was treading on thin ice. He knew that if he maintained the current situation, it would be a rare victory. He could not expose even the slightest flaw. Once there was a flaw, the 2 venerables would immediately magnify it. They would quickly probe it with full force. Once the truth was exposed, what would happen? Feng Yuan would definitely be attacked by the 2 venerables. Feng Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. After all, he was facing 2 of the most outstanding Gu cultivators in history. Who knew? His secret might be exposed at the next moment. If that happened, Feng Yuan would not find it strange. No longer distracted by refining refinement path Tao marks, Feng Yuan started to unravel the truthful floating ice with all his strength. His intuition told him that he was about to make a huge gain. As expected, a few days later, his Heaven Path attainment level rose again, reaching quasi-Grandmaster level. Even though he did not reach Grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a deep foundation. He felt a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my strength now, I will definitely be able to deduce a Heaven Path killer move that will allow me to take the primordial domain. Fang Yuan's primordial domain was still inside Jewel Yellow Skies. The goods inside Jewel Yellow Skies could not be used inside Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan of selling his clone and absorbing the primordial domain had no chance of success from the start. Only when Fang Yuan took out the primordial domain would he be able to absorb it and raise his attainment level. Unraveling the truthful floating ice mainly increases Heaven Path Dao marks, followed by Heaven Path attainment level, and finally the attainment level of the other paths. This final increase in attainment level is not obvious. It seems to be a bonus of the truthful floating ice. It only takes up a small proportion. As long as I rely on the primordial domain, I will be able to raise the attainment levels of the other paths. But is there a need for that now? Fang Yuan thought about it carefully before shaking his head. Deducing a Heaven Path killer move was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was wary of the two Venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, his Heaven Path method would be exposed. The two Venerables would be wary first. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. After digesting so much primordial domain, his attainment level would definitely rise sharply. His threat level would increase greatly. Then, the two Venerables would be suspicious. How could Fang Yuan have such a Heaven Path method? Fang Yuan did not show it before, but now that he had this Heaven Path method, it meant that he had made a lot of progress in his Heaven Path cultivation. It was easy to link this to the truthful floating ice. After all, Fang Yuan had obtained the most truthful floating ice among the three Venerables. If Fang Yuan's progress in Heaven Path came from unraveling the truthful floating ice, then where did the immortal essence he needed to unravel the truthful floating ice come from? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for a long time to maintain the crazed demon formation. She had also become one with the Tao and created the killer move workers of Heaven's work. She definitely knew the immortal essence expenditure of unraveling the truthful floating ice. Once she found something amiss, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables would work together to deal with and suppress Fang Yuan. Just like what Fang Yuan had thought of earlier, once a small flaw was exposed, the two Venerables would work together to suppress him. The possibility of that was too high. I can deduce the Heaven Path killer move secretly, but I need to postpone collecting the primordial domain. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Fang Yuan, it was not crucial. It would also attract the attacks of the two Venerables. Fang Yuan would lose his current advantage. That would be a huge loss. No, I can postpone deductions of the Heaven Path killer move. After all, once I grasp this method, my luck will rise sharply. Now that I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, I have already increased the burden of obscured heavenly secret, causing its consumption to increase. What I need to do now is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal Goo. This thought had been in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal Goo to refine, Fang Yuan already had an answer. That was Advanced Refinement Goo. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dog Shit Luck, Attitude Goo, or Dream Token Goo, but Advanced Refinement Goo. Once Advanced Refinement Goo became rank 9, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan when he refines other rank 8 Immortal Goo. For example, when Fang Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, the difficulty would be reduced by at least half. Fang Yuan had two advantages in refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. The first advantage was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement Goo. This Advanced Refinement Goo came from Lenya Sect. It was the core of the Long Hair Refinement Path formation, and later became the core of Fang Yuan's 4-element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. The second advantage was that Advanced Refinement Goo was a Refinement Path Immortal Goo. Even though some Rule Path Immortal materials would be used in the process, it was far better than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement Path Immortal materials were the majority. Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable. He could be said to be flawless in handling Refinement Path Immortal materials. This way, the success rate would be greatly increased. just as Fong Yuan was secretly refining rank 9 advanced refinement goo. Western Desert. At the heart of Wind Falcon Desert. Rumble. With a loud sound, sand and dust flew in the air. An immortal goo house charged out of the ground. It was one of Fong Clan's rank 7 immortal goo houses, Chicken Dog Co-op. This immortal goo house was like 2 pavilions built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door of the pavilion opened. Dozens of ancient, desolate beasts of the chicken and dog species flew out. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. An oasis suddenly appeared in the desert that was originally empty. There were pine trees growing in this oasis. The pine trees were tall. Each tree was at least 100 feet tall, and there was a large distance between the trees. The pine trees spread their branches freely. Their leaves gathered into lumps. The surface was extremely flat, like a lawn in the sky. On the lawn made of pine leaves, there were huge bird nests. Long drive wind falcons were resting in the nests. There were many wind falcons. There were ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts of different strength. What a tall pine oasis, as expected of the second most famous resource point in Western Desert among Wan Clan's resource points. Fong Dichong was inside Chicken Dog Coop as he evaluated lightly. This was an important area of Wan Clan. The one guarding this place was Wan Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal Expert, Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao did not show himself. He controlled the immortal formation to resist the attacks of the ancient, desolate beasts while shouting furiously, "Fong Clan, what are you trying to do? As a member of Western Desert's Righteous Path, you are actually attacking a super force of the same path?" Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fong Dichong sneered, "Earlier, Wan Clan gathered Western Desert's super forces to attack my Fong Clan. We will settle this debt with you now. Do you really think my Fong Clan is easy to bully?" Chapter 2278. At the center of the formation, Wan Zhao's expression was grim. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fong Clan's sudden attack caught Wan Zhao off guard. In fact, it was not that Wan Clan was unprepared. Ever since Wan Clan failed to gather Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces to guard against Fong Clan's revenge, Wan Clan sent more manpower to all the resource points at the periphery and strengthened the defensive immortal formations there. They even paid a high price to ask Xiao Clan to set up a teleportation immortal formation that could reinforce them in time. But to think that Fong Clan actually crossed the periphery and went deep into Wan Clan's territory, brazenly attacking Wan Clan's second-largest resource point. Fong Clan had planned this for a long time, but how did they get here? Wan Xiao was full of doubts. Wan Clan was familiar with Fong Clan's 3 immortal goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could do this. Oh no! Right at this time, Wan Xiao was shocked to find that the formation was shaking. The ground was shaking like a trench was forming. A large number of trees and tall pine oases were falling down. This defensive formation's formation base is buried underground. It is several thousand feet deep. Fong Clan actually found it and are destroying it. Wan Xiao quickly inspected and found that an immortal goo house was wreaking havoc underground, continuously destroying the formation base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base. It was like building a pavilion needed a foundation. The formation base was extremely important to an immortal formation. It was the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would be like a pavilion with its foundation destroyed. It would become very unstable. If there was any wind or rain, it would sway and reveal a huge flaw. It might even collapse and be destroyed. Thus, when Goo Immortals set up immortal formations, they had to hide the formation base well. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the sky, and some were wrapped in the center of the formation. This defensive formation of tall pine oasis had been set up for a long time. It was also limited by the environment. To the Goo Immortals who set up the immortal formation back then, they could only bury the formation base deep underground. This arrangement could take care of all aspects. It could be used for defense and also nurture resources. But now, The formation base has been found and is being attacked. What a sinister and ruthless Fang clan. They actually had an Earth Path Immortal Gu house. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. What made his heart go cold was that Fang clan's attack was as swift as lightning. Clearly, they had made ample preparations. Who came up with this plan? Wasn't Fang Dichong trapped in Divine Emperor City? Could it be that youngster Fang Yun? What should we do? Wan Zhao's face was covered in cold sweat. Previously, he was still confident. The defensive immortal array of the tall pine oasis was very strong. He was confident that he could rely on this formation to hold on until the reinforcements from the Wan clan's headquarters arrived. Fang clan had immortal Gu houses, so did Wan clan. With the reinforcement of Wan clan's immortal Gu houses and the defensive immortal formation, it would not be hard to repel Fang clan. As long as the Fang clan was defeated, it would be the Wan clan's victory. Because Fang family's actions had crossed the bottom line of Western Desert's righteous path. If they returned in defeat, their reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. The Wan clan would take this opportunity to launch a counterattack and hold a public rally. At that time, the reactions of the various superpowers of the Western Desert would definitely be different from before. However, will I be able to hold on until then? Wan Zhao's expression was solemn. The headquarters of the Wan family. What? Fang clan attacked my tall pine oasis. After receiving Wan Zhao's request for reinforcements, Wan clan's first supreme elder's expression changed drastically. Wan Xiao described the details in the letter. The situation was grave and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was Wan clan's second largest resource point. It was a famous super resource point in Western Desert and even the 5 regions. It had to be saved and could not be lost. Once it was lost, the losses would be too great. Fang clan is truly vicious. Our Wan clan is at a crucial moment. Wan clan's first supreme elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he had a keen sense of the overall situation. He was deeply aware. Once Tall Pine Oasis was lost, not only would the resources inside be completely lost, Wan clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge blow. Previously, Wan clan's rally had failed, and now, if the resource point was destroyed by Fang clan, then in everyone's eyes, Wan clan would be at the bottom of Western Desert's righteous path. They would be the target of ridicule. They would be the symbol of weakness. Once they had such a perception, Wan clan would definitely walk on the path of decline. Because in the current situation, a chaotic battle was about to occur. Everyone felt uneasy. If a chaotic battle broke out, everyone would feel that Wan clan could be bullied. To the Wan clan, this was quite terrifying. Thus, after Wan clan's first supreme elder received Wan Zhao's request for reinforcements, he immediately took action and personally controlled Winding Light Platform to attack. There was only one rank 6 Gu Immortal and one rank 7 Immortal Gu house guarding the headquarters. On the way, Wan clan's first supreme elder sent a message to all the Wan clan Gu Immortals. Wan clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and furious. The border is calm. It is currently very stable. After receiving the Immortals' replies, Wan clan's first supreme elder's brows were still tightly furrowed. After rapidly thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and sent an order. Wan Haoguang quickly received this order. Zhu Qing, defend here. If Fang clan attacks, retreat immediately if necessary. I am going to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce Wan Xiao. Wan Haoguang was about to leave. He and Wan Xiao had a deep relationship. Back then, when Wan clan's 3 immortals fought against Fang Yuan, Wan Xiao risked his life to save Wan Haoguang. Right now, Wan Haoguang could do the same. But Wan Jueqing grabbed Wan Haoguang's hand. Lord, it is too risky for you to reinforce them now. The information is unclear now. We have not figured out what Fang clan's true plan is. If they are besieging them to attack the reinforcements, wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? I have a suggestion. Right now, Fang clan has penetrated deep into our Wan clan's territory. If we purely defend, we will only get beaten up and fall into Fang clan's trap. We might as well attack and occupy Fang clan's resource points. We will fight attack with attack. Wan Haoguang's gaze brightened as he sized up Wan Jueqing and patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have improved. But do you think First Supreme Elder has not thought of this? Wan Haoguang shook his head. The reason why First Supreme Elder wants us to reinforce them is because he does not have confidence in repelling Fong Clan's army. Fong Clan's First Supreme Elder Fong Gong has rank 8 cultivation and his whereabouts are not obvious. He is likely inside Immortal Goo House Chicken Dog Co-op. According to your plan, even if we attack Fong Clan's resource points, once Tall Pine Oasis is lost, our Wan Clan will also suffer a huge loss. Even if we add up all of Fong Clan's resource points, they cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. Wan Jue Qing's face was pale. At this moment, he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Not knowing Fong Clan's true plan, Wan Hao Guang risked his life to reinforce them. Because Wan Clan's Tall Pine Oasis could not be lost. Boom! The formation base was destroyed. A huge hole was opened in the immortal formation. Chicken Dog Coop directly charged in. Wan Xiao had a furious expression, but he could only grit his teeth and support the broken formation with all his strength. Wind Falcons screeched. Their beautiful home was invaded. These Wind Falcons were stimulated and attacked Chicken Dog Coop, as well as the chickens and dogs that Fong Clan had sent out earlier. At once, they fought fiercely and blood splattered. The cries of chickens, barks of dogs, and the cries of falcons mixed together and resounded in the whole battlefield. An immemorial Wind Falcon clawed fiercely, breaking a roof of Chicken Dog Co-op. The Fong Clan Gu immortals inside were already prepared. They methodically repaired the roof. Fong Dichong laughed heartily. What a great immemorial desolate beast! Come in! At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a pillar of light. The light pillar enveloped the immemorial Wind Falcon and pulled it back. The immemorial Wind Falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body became smaller and smaller. Its resistance also became weaker and weaker. It was finally devoured by Chicken Dog Co-op. What? This Immortal Goo House can actually suppress the immemorial Wind Falcon? Wan Zhao's heart shook fiercely again. Chicken Dog Coop was an enslavement path Immortal Goo House that could only enslave chickens and dogs. To think that it had a new ability now. Enough, enough. Fong Clan, you will pay the price for this one day. I swear. Wan Xiao, swear. Wan Xiao watched as the Wind Falcons were suppressed in large numbers by Chicken Dog Coop. He screamed in his heart. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder appeared in the sky with Wan Clan's Immortal Goo House. Wan Zhao's heart immediately relaxed. Its winding light platform. Fong Dichong muttered to himself when he saw this. This winding light platform was a light path rank 7 Immortal Goo House. It was gray-white in color and had 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall mountain, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder stood straight like a spear, his face filled with anger as he stared fixedly at Chicken Dog Co-op. Both sides were still several li away when winding light platform suddenly burst out with 4 pillars of light. The pillars of light actually curved in the air and attacked Chicken Dog Coop agilely. Under Fong Dichang's control, Chicken Dog Coop activated a defensive killer move to block these 4 pillars of light. In just a short while, winding light platform arrived in front of Chicken Dog Co-op. Bam! With a loud sound, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder fiercely activated winding light platform, directly crashing into Chicken Dog Co-op. The two Immortal Goo houses collided. A large number of mortal goo turned into fragments and flew back. Hee. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder, you have such a temper. Fong Dichang's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder and Wan Zhao's expressions changed. Fong Dichang? Weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, Divine Emperor City? The corners of Fong Dichang's mouth twitched, his voice quickly turning gloomy. This is not important. Wan Clan, this time, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Fong Clan. Not any random force can find trouble with my Fong Clan. Shameless boasting. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder shouted angrily. Winding light platform erupted with a killer move again. Dozens of pillars of light swept across, forcing Chicken Dog Coop to retreat. The ancient desolate beasts such as chickens and dogs suffered disastrous casualties under the light pillars. Even the Earth Path Immortal Goo House deep underground was heavily damaged. The main body of the Immortal Goo House was almost destroyed. Fong Clan can move underground and enter deep into the heart of the enemy's territory to launch a surprise attack. It is very likely due to this Earth Path Immortal Goo House. But this Immortal Goo House seems to be very weak, at least in terms of defense. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 2279. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder controlled Winding Light Platform to reinforce Fong Clan. After a round of fighting with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered that Fong Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House was their weakness. After discovering this, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately activated Winding Light Platform and shot out beams of light towards the Earth Path Immortal Goo House underground. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House quickly drilled into the ground and dodged agilely. Although its defense was not impressive, its speed was astonishing. It successfully dodged all the beams of light. Some beams of light brushed past it. It was a dangerous situation. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. "I will show you the power of my Wan Clan Immortal Goo House." Saying so, he activated Winding Light Platform, using this Immortal Goo House's proudest method. Immediately, those pure white beams of light that shot into the ground suddenly bent and changed directions, attacking the Earth Path Immortal Goo House again. A large number of beams of light formed a net, trying to trap the Earth Path Immortal Goo House from below. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House had no choice but to frantically move upwards. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground with a loud sound. "I was waiting for you." Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Destroy this Immortal Goo House. This is the price for attacking my Wan Clan. Don't even think about it." Fong Dichang shouted as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to crash into Winding Light Platform. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted as Winding Light Platform shot out beams of light again. The beams of light curved and circled around Winding Light Platform, forming a strong defense. Chicken Dog Coop crashed into it, but was deflected by the curved beams of light and brushed past Winding Light Platform. Next, Winding Light Platform shot out another beam of yellow light. The yellow light enveloped Fong Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House, preventing it from moving. Next, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder frantically instilled Immortal Essence. The yellow light gradually twisted like a fried dough twist. Under the distortion of the yellow light, Fong Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House cracked. A large number of mortal goo were twisted into dregs. This move was Winding Light Platform's strongest method. As long as it lasted for 10 more breaths of time, Fong Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House would be completely destroyed. Even the goo immortals inside would not be spared. Wan Jueqing was flying in the sky. His expression was extremely grave and stern, but his heart seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was the fire of revenge. Wan Jueqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He had died in battle when he attacked Fong Yuan with Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao. At that time, Fong Yuan was hiding in the Fong clan. So in Wan Jueqing's heart, it was the Fong clan that killed his father. The death of his father was absolutely irreconcilable. From the moment he learned of his father's death, Wan Jueqing's life changed dramatically. In the past, he was the second generation of an immortal. With his father's support, he was arrogant and did not think about improving himself. After his father, the tree that sheltered him from the wind and rain, fell, Wan Jueqing quickly matured in grief and panic. He understood that the treatment he had received before was mostly due to the respect of his father. He understood how lucky he was in the past, and he also understood that the only hope now was to work hard. Thus, when Wan Clan's appeal failed and they set up defenses at the border, although Wan Jueqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, he disregarded the danger and took the initiative to go to the border to guard the resource point. He knew he had to show his value to the clan. If his value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters. He could only rely on the clan. But the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Jueqing understood the happiness he felt when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fong clan would deepen. Wan Haoguang wants me to guard the resource point here, but I am a mere rank 6 Goo Immortal. Even with the help of the Immortal Formation, what can I do? Wan Haoguang is the main force that can hold on until reinforcements arrive. If Fang Clan's true goal is to attack the resource point at the border and attack en masse, I will not be able to defend it. In that case, I might as well take a risk and directly attack Fang Clan's resource point. I will do what Wan Haoguang cannot do. Wan Jueqing decided to take a risk. If he defended the resource point and Fang Clan attacked en masse, he would only be able to hold on for a short while before he would have to retreat through the teleportation immortal formation. If he returned to the clan with such results and lost the clan's resource point, it would be a small offense. But if he attacked Fang Clan's resource point and obtained something, it would be a huge merit. Especially when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked, the casualties would definitely not be small. In this situation, as long as Wan Jueqing had any merit, it would be like sending charcoal in a snowstorm to Wan Clan. At that time, 1 merit point will be divided into 10. The clan will also look at me in a new light. With the clan's rewards and nurturing, I will be able to grow rapidly. Otherwise, with my current speed, it would be impossible to take revenge for my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his goo worms were not left to Wan Jueqing. It was not easy for Wan Jueqing to cultivate. He could only fight for opportunities for himself. I have arrived. It is here. Fang Clan's resource point is the closest to the border. Wan Jueqing slowed down and concealed his aura as he quietly approached. Fang Clan, I will settle the debt of killing my father with you now. But a moment later, Wan Jueqing was dumbfounded. He looked at the desolate desert, standing on the spot in a daze. Isn't this where the flying sand cave is? Wait, there are clear traces of demolition here. Fang Clan took away this resource point? Wan Jueqing did not understand. Was there a need to do this? Just to prevent a small retaliation from Wan Clan, they moved the resource point away? After all, this was not a small loss. The resources produced by a demolished resource point would definitely decrease. Because the resource point was not only dependent on itself, it also had to be integrated with the surrounding environment. A demolished resource point was like a tree being moved away. Its roots would be separated from the soil and nutrients. Even if it was planted in a better place, it would need some time to adapt. And how many places were there that were suitable for a resource point? Even if it was a place with denser earth path downmarks, if the downmarks were distributed differently, it could be the culprit behind the destruction of the resource point. Super forces rarely demolished resource points. To their enemies, demolishing a resource point was like losing a frontline fortress. It would reduce the enemy's obstruction and allow them to attack deeper. This was a good thing. No, this is not good. Originally, super forces would not easily demolish resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been frantically developing his sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the goo refinement bids in Jewel Yellow Skies are for Earth Path resource points. Fang Clan is likely to have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan, using these resource points as bargaining chips. How many immortal goo did they exchange for? A sudden thought appeared in Wan Jueqing's mind, causing his face to instantly turn deathly pale. Fang Clan's strength rose sharply because of their secret transaction with Fang Yuan. Our information on Fang Clan is greatly lacking. Not good. Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. Realizing this, Wan Jueqing did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder through Jewel Yellow Skies. But at this moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform to deal a fatal blow to Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House. How could he have the time to look at Wan Jueqing's information? Break for me. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Humph, wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged. It was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not even look at Fang Gong. His gaze was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal Goo House. He wanted to destroy this Immortal Goo House first and make Fang Clan suffer heavy losses. As for his safety, with Winding Light Platform's protection, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was confident. However, all of this was within Fang Clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong fiercely used a killer move, his palms slamming down fiercely. Light rippled around Winding Light Platform, blocking Fang Gong's attacks. Bam bam bam. Fong Gong slammed endlessly. Palm shadows flew everywhere. His attacks were like a storm, all hitting Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light Platform had rank 8 battle strength. It could easily block Fong Gong's attacks. But Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that each of Fong Gong's attacks contained a strange power. Although they could not break Winding Light Platform's defensive methods, they could penetrate inside and cause heavy losses to Winding Light Platform's goo worms. Almost instantly, Winding Light Platform was destroyed. The yellow light pillar that had been controlling Fong Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House also lost its source and completely collapsed. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder saw this and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Clan, you are going too far. At the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder activated Winding Light Platform, wanting to retreat. He completely understood that Fong Clan had specially targeted him, or more accurately, they were targeting Wan Clan's Immortal Goo House. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light Platform was Fong Clan's true target. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder desperately retreated, wanting to leave the battlefield. But when Fong Clan saw their true target, how could they let it go so easily? Under normal circumstances, other Goo Immortals might not be able to resist the rampage of an Immortal Goo House. They could only retreat, but Fong Gong was an exception. Fong Gong fiercely restrained Winding Light Platform, while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. Winding Light Platform lasted for a while before collapsing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was extremely furious as he attacked Fong Gong. Fong Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fong Clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light Platform is the price you have to pay for recklessly attacking us. Fong Gong lightly punched towards Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, maintaining a strong momentum. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation level. Fong Gong simply did not care about him. But at the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly froze. His killer move's activation failed, and he was hit by Fong Gong's punch, turning into meat paste on the spot, losing his life. Everyone was stunned, including Fong Gong and Fong Dichong. First Supreme Elder. Wan Xiao cried out miserably. He rode on his Wind Falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His action startled the Fong Clan Immortals. What do we do now? Fong Gong transmitted to Fong Dichong with an awkward expression. Fong Dichong's expression was grim. How could Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder be killed? This was not in line with the previous plan. Fong Clan's true target was Wan Clan's Immortal Goo House. Wan Clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses, both rank 7 and able to resist rank 8. This was Wan Clan's foundation as a super force. Its importance was far greater than Tall Pine Oasis. Destroying Winding Light Platform would be Fong Clan's greatest victory. Fong Clan's reputation would rise greatly. No other super force would dare to ally with others to deal with Fong Clan. In contrast, Wan Clan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo Houses. After losing one, they could only hide in their territory and not cause any trouble. But it was different now. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's death was a huge problem. Wan Clan would definitely take revenge and gather Western Desert's righteous path forces in the name of revenge. They would definitely form a punitive expedition against Fong Clan. Because Fong Clan had gone too far. Not only did they fight without a declaration, they even killed their first Supreme Elder. This was like a neighbor suddenly barging into the house one day and killing the male owner. Such a Fong Clan was completely the work of the demonic path. Righteous path super forces would definitely panic, afraid that they would be the next Wan Clan. Thus, Western Desert super forces would definitely ally. I had already held back with that punch, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was agitated at that time and seemed to have triggered the backlash of the killer move. He actually lost his life due to a freak combination of factors. Fong Gong sighed. Although they won, Fong Gong was not happy. The Fong Clan Goo Immortals present had heavy hearts because everyone knew that this matter had blown up. Except for one person. Tang Fong Ming was hiding deep underground in the desert, feeling excited and afraid. Amazing. This Dream Path killer move is really amazing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died because of it, but Fong Clan is still in the dark. I have finally completed Lord Fong Yuan's mission. Chapter 2280. In Fong Dichang's mind, a vast number of thoughts rose and collapsed like a tall building. After thousands of collapses, Fong Dichang was drenched in sweat, and his face was flushed red. Clearly, his wisdom path deductions had reached their limits. "Oh no, this is terrible," Fong Dichang muttered with an unsightly expression. The results of his deductions already showed him Fong Clan's miserable future. Earlier, Wan Clan's summons failed and Fong Clan escaped. It was mainly because of the unclear relationship between Fong Clan and Fong Yuan. Adding on the disappearance of the 5 regional walls and the merging of the 2 heavens, Gua mortals were all vigilant and worried. However, Fong Dichang was very clear what the so-called Great Love Immortal Venerable's true appearance was. If something happened to Fong Clan and they were attacked by Western Desert super forces, Fong Yuan would absolutely not help them. Fong Yuan only cared about practical benefits. Unless Fong Clan offered a high price that moved Fong Yuan would absolutely not help Fong Clan. Like this time, Fong Clan had the intention to attack Wan Clan and secretly transacted with Fong Yuan. Fong Clan paid a lot of resource points to exchange for mini immortal goo, to advance the core immortal goo of roof tile breaking killer move, and to barely construct that earth path immortal goo house. Once Fong Yuan did not help, the true relationship between Fong Clan and Fong Yuan would be exposed, and Fong Clan would face a calamity. Could Fong Clan pay a high enough price for Fong Yuan to help them? Fong Dichang had no confidence in this. What worried him the most was that Fong Clan could pay a high price for Fong Yuan's help if other super forces followed suit. How could Fong Clan be their match? No matter what Fong Clan chooses, Fong Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fong Dichang gritted his teeth inwardly. He was filled with hatred. Fong Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fong Dichang naturally could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This Wan Clan first Supreme Elder is truly a disgrace to Wan Clan. He is actually so weak. Perhaps we can revive him? Fong Gong furrowed his brows and made a suggestion. Fong Dichang shook his head slowly. He had already thought of this idea in his mind, but it was not feasible. Not to mention that Fong Clan did not have a method to revive Gua mortals. To revive Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, they would need to seek help from others. Even if he succeeded in resurrecting the Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, would the hatred this time disappear? Just like Fong Dichang himself, he was killed by Fong Yuan once, and his soul became a captive before being released by Fong Yuan. Could the hatred between him and Fong Yuan be eliminated just like that? How could this be? On the contrary, this hatred grew even stronger. It could be said that the hatred between Fong Clan and Wan Clan was very hard to wash away. Wan Clan would definitely take revenge. In this situation, Fong Clan reviving Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was reviving their enemy and then letting him find trouble with them. That was stupid. Of course, Gua mortals had countless methods. They were uncountable. It was not that there was no way to resolve the hatred. For example, the well-known spring and autumn cicada. As long as one succeeded in rebirth, everything could be restarted. There were also wisdom path methods that changed the emotions of Wan Clan's immortals. But for these methods to be effective against Wan Clan's immortals, they had to be of extremely high rank. Fong Clan could not grasp them. Huff! Fong Dichang let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Right now, we can only continue down this path. We will attack Wan Clan's headquarters. We must deal a heavy blow to Wan Clan." Fong Gong squinted. The other Fong Clan Gua mortals felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. This matter had already escalated. Fong Clan was definitely in deep trouble. In that case, there was no need to be hesitant. They might as well go all out and weaken Wan Clan with all their strength. All right. Fong Gong was decisive and immediately made his decision. Fong Clan immediately stored Chicken Dog Coop and moved the Earth Path Immortal Goo House, charging towards Wan Clan's headquarters from underground. However, when they entered Wan Clan's headquarters, they found that there was no one inside. Wan Clan's Gua mortals had retreated in advance. Wan Clan's only remaining Immortal Goo House, Myriad Age Building, along with many resources in the headquarters and Wan Clan's treasury, had completely vanished. Fong Clan's immortals had ashen expressions. This was the most disadvantageous situation for Fong Clan. After a moment of silence, Fong Dichang suggested, "First Supreme Elder, For now, I would like you and Chicken Dog Coop to sweep through Wan Clan's resource points. Meanwhile, I will lead the group back to the headquarters and prepare for battle." Fong Gong nodded slowly. That is the only way. Fong Dicheng's expression was extremely solemn. If Fong Clan wants to get through this crisis, we need to hold on to Fong Yuan's thigh tightly. First Supreme Elder, the more resource points you can seize, the more immortal goo our Fong Clan can obtain from Fong Yuan. That is how much hope we have. I understand. Fong Gong selected the two and entered Chicken Dog Coop, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Fong Dicheng led the rest of the Fong Clan Immortals and moved the Earth Path Immortal Goo house back to Fong Clan's headquarters. A storm was brewing. Lightning was descending. Fong Clan was extremely nervous. They were like fierce tigers that sensed the threat of life and death. Their hair stood on end and their eyes were wide open as they fought with all their strength against the backlash of the beasts. Eastern Sea. The sea breeze blew gently. Seagulls chirped softly. Fong Yuan leisurely controlled the goo refinement. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement goo had already reached the latter stages. It was too easy. This was Fong Yuan's biggest feeling. Even though this was the refinement of a rank 9 immortal goo, it was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fong Yuan did not have the external pressure of Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. There was another crucial point. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal Goo, while Advanced Refinement Goo was a Refinement Path Immortal Goo. The latter was what Fong Yuan was most proficient in. Processing Refinement Path Immortal materials was much easier than processing Wood Path Immortal materials. Fong Yuan was even refining rank 9 Immortal Goo while dealing with other matters. The Fong clan quickly sent a letter with a list of items. There were more than 10 resource points on the list. There was no lack of large resource points. There was even a super resource point. These last few days, Fong Gong displayed the strength of a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Fong Dicheng controlled the situation and sent Inquiry Doc out. Fong Clan swept through Wan Clan's territories and occupied many resource points. It seems that Fong Clan's gains are not small. Everyone has potential after all. If they don't force themselves, how can they erupt? Fong Yuan smiled lightly. After Fong Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they secretly proposed transactions. Seeing the immortal goo that Fong Clan wanted to trade, Fong Yuan deduced their intentions. Putting himself in their shoes, it was reasonable for Fong Clan to take revenge on Wan Clan in order to protect themselves. After all, in Western Desert, Tang Clan was intentionally hidden by Fong Yuan. Among the entire Western Desert superforces, only Fong Clan had a close relationship with Fong Yuan. This was too special. When Wan Clan summoned Western Desert's Righteous Path to attack Fong Clan, it had already deeply provoked Fong Clan. After Wan Clan's summon failed, Fong Clan let out a sigh of relief and decided to attack Wan Clan. This was a wise move of using offense as defense. Fong Yuan saw this and had a plan. On one hand, he added fuel to the fire and helped Fong Clan achieve their goal, causing their strength to rise sharply. On the other hand, Fong Yuan ordered Tang Clan to teach Tang Fong Ming a Dream Path killer move and rent a Dream Path Immortal Goo. Right now, Fong Clan was schemed against by Fong Yuan and became the source of Western Desert's chaos. In order to protect themselves, they had to cooperate more closely with Fong Yuan and seize more resource points for Fong Yuan. On the other hand, Tang Clan plotted against Fong Clan. This was equivalent to Fong Yuan obtaining a huge leverage over them. Fong Yuan's influence on Tang Clan also deepened. In Fong Clan's letter, not only did they request for more immortal goo, they also requested Fong Yuan to personally go to Western Desert when necessary and display the invincible might of Great Love Immortal Venerable. For this, Fong Clan was willing to pay everything. You want me to take action? Fong Yuan sneered. How could this be? Right now, the three venerables were in a stalemate. Every second mattered. It was impossible for Fong Yuan to personally take action for Fong Clan. He was using Fong Clan as a pawn. And pawns were pawns. They had to be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the pawn's value was extremely high and irreplaceable, he would not personally protect it. Was there anyone among Fong Yuan's subordinates that was irreplaceable? No. When Feng Yuan was ruthless, he could even discard his own clone without hesitation. Why would he take action for Feng Clan? Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had just started to refine Celestial Court's wisdom path downmarks when important information arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Feng Clan is invading Wan Clan? Starlight flickered in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. Feng Clan is so aggressive, there must be something fishy. Is it Feng Yuan, who is secretly adding fuel to the fire? Star constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this. After all, Feng Clan had publicly joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The entire 5 regions knew about it. This time, Feng Clan's strength has risen sharply. It is clearly because of Feng Yuan's support. Wan Clan was caught off guard. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. This shows that Feng Yuan is intentionally stirring up a storm in Western Desert. Feng Clan is actually willing to follow Feng Yuan's orders, risking the entire clan's survival. It seems that Feng Yuan's influence on Feng Clan is deeper than I thought. Not good. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She soon realized Feng Yuan's true motive. Feng Yuan does not care about Feng Clan. Even though he needs resource points to develop the sovereign immortal aperture, his main goal is to set an example for Feng Clan, to influence the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu immortal world. Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was easy for him to refine immortal Gu. With Sure Feng's investment, any superpower's strength would skyrocket in secret. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, one's killing intent would rise. Feng Yuan's simple transaction broke the balance of forces that had been formed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Right now, Western Desert's super forces had already realized the benefits of transacting with Feng Yuan. On one side, Feng Yuan was publicly trading immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies. Only super forces would be able to afford the price. On the other side, he had opened the door of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He allowed any super force to join. Moreover, once they joined, they could transact in secret and even obtain a lot of benefits. Because Feng Clan joined the alliance, they were able to transact in secret and their strength rose sharply. Now Wan Clan's Gu immortals did not dare to show their faces. Wan Clan's resource points, big or small, were at Feng Clan's disposal. This was too bad. Feng Clan's profits were tempting, while Wan Clan's miserable state made everyone feel insecure. In this situation, what could super forces do? Joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was the easiest choice. Literature Hall. Chapter 2281. All along, Feng Yuan's external policies had been very flexible. For example, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board had different contents. Similarly, when Eastern Sea Gu Immortals joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they would be restricted by the Alliance rules. But for the other 4 regions outside of Eastern Sea, the Alliance rules for joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were very loose. There were almost no restrictions. From this point alone, star constellation Immortal Venerable had experienced Feng Yuan's craftiness. She had a clear understanding of Western Desert situation. We need to suppress Feng Clan. We cannot let them rise. If necessary, we need to exterminate them. Otherwise, if other super forces follow suit, Feng Yuan's influence in the 5 regions will be greatly boosted. Feng Yuan relied on immortal Gu trading and other methods to easily manipulate the situation of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. As the saying went, humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. If things developed like this and became common knowledge, Feng Yuan's influence would spread throughout the 5 regions in the future. Even if there were no 5 regions, there would be 3 regions. By then, with just a thought from Feng Yuan, he could influence Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea to attack Central Continent. Of course, no matter how many Gu immortals the 3 regions had, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Venerables were invincible, especially Venerables who were starting to display the might of Tao Lords. But Venerables were threats to each other. If Feng Yuan's influence could make the 3 regions Gu immortals become cannon fodder, star constellation Immortal Venerable would have to personally defend Central Continent. This way, the situation of the three venerables would change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable would be burdened by these cannon fodder, while Feng Yuan would take the chance to surpass them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in history. The moment Feng Yuan used this vicious plan, she saw through it immediately. Right now, the three venerables are fighting to refine natural Dao marks. Feng Yuan is lagging behind the most, so he is using this plan to shorten the gap. How can it go as you wish? Star constellation Immortal Venerable made her decision. Zhou Xiong Xin, Wan Zihong, go to Western Desert. Western Desert. Sun family's headquarters. Sun clan's first supreme elder was meeting Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao, two Wan clan Gu immortals. Feng clan attacked my Wan clan without any prior notice, and now they are crazily occupying the major resource points of my Wan clan. They are already frenzied and vicious. This kind of behavior was completely demonic. The entire Feng clan had already fallen into the demonic path. The entire Feng clan was the biggest demonic nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the pillars of the Western Desert righteous path. How can you sit and watch in such a situation? Wan Hao Guang said righteously. Sun family's first supreme elder nodded and said, Wan Hao Guang is right. My Sun family will do our best to protect the righteous path of heaven and earth. It's just that the Sun family is in a difficult situation now. The Sun clan's first grand elder spoke of the Sun clan's predicament, but at the end, he patted his chest and said that as long as the Wan clan successfully contacted the other superpowers, the Sun clan would definitely join in and do their best for the common people of the Western Desert. This old fox. Wan Hao Guang was extremely furious after leaving the Sun clan's headquarters. Wan Xiao laughed bitterly. Among the Western Desert superpowers, the Sun family is the most cowardly. It is not strange for Sun family's first supreme elder to say this. His expression is already the greatest sincerity he could muster. Next, which one should we go to persuade? Just as he said this, two figures flew over from the horizon. Their rank 8 auras were not concealed at all. Who is it? Ah, they are Gu immortals of Celestial Court. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had vigilant expressions. They were not afraid. After all, Myriad Age Building was with them. The two immortals of Celestial Court were Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Friends from Wan clan, please wait a moment. We are here to help Wan clan. Zhou Xiong Xian greeted them from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Immediately, the two stopped in the air, concealing their joy and showing vigilance. The two immortals of Celestial Court stopped when they were 1,000 steps away, expressing that they had no ill intentions. Wan Zihong did not speak. Zhou Xiong Xian explained his intentions. Feng clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, receiving the support of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are trying to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Celestial Court is the leader of Central Continent, it cannot bear to watch such a situation, thus it sent us to help you, to kill the demonic wind and restore peace to the 5 regions. Wan Hao Guang asked, how will Celestial Court help? If necessary, will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally take action? These two questions were very crucial. Celestial Court's help was not a good thing for Wan clan. If it was not handled well, Wan clan's situation would worsen. They might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? Because Celestial Court was a central continent force, while this was Western Desert. Although the 5 regional walls had dissipated, in the hearts of Gu immortals, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed since the beginning of the world collapse so easily? If Celestial Court's Gu immortals personally intervened in Wan clan's battle, then Wan clan would be publicly recognized as a subordinate of Celestial Court, the bridgehead of Central Continent's forces in Western Desert. In this situation, Western Desert's super forces would be extremely vigilant. They would all retreat. Wan clan would lose the legitimate reason to summon Western Desert super forces. They would become a target that everyone would be on guard against. This way, the civil war between Western Desert's forces would turn into a situation where Feng Yuan and Feng clan faced off against Celestial Court and Wan clan. Zhou Xiong Xian smiled. Don't worry, We Celestial Court's Gu Immortals will not personally intervene in this battle against Fang Clan. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao immediately let out sighs of relief. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not directly intervene. Next, Zhou Xiong Xin continued. The conflict between Wan Clan and Fang Clan is Western Desert's internal affair. The reason why Celestial Court is supporting Wan Clan is to deal with heaven-refining demon Venerable Guyue and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan personally takes action, or sends his subordinates, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not just stand by and watch. At the same time, Celestial Court's Immortals will also take action to protect the world's justice and peace. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao could no longer hold back their joy. All along, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan took action, which Western Desert super force could resist him? None of them could withstand it. Celestial Court's guarantee immediately removed Wan Clan's greatest worry. Wan Clan would then summon Western Desert's forces, and after these forces learn of this situation, they would definitely take action and help Wan Clan. Wan Xiao asked, Fang Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance after all. They used their resource points to exchange for a large number of Immortal Gu, and even formed a brand new Immortal Gu house. Now, they are crazily demolishing our clan's resource points. Their intentions are clear. In this situation, can Celestial Court sell some Immortal Gu to our Wan Clan? Wan Hao Guang's eyes were also shining as he looked at Celestial Court's two Immortals. Zhou Xiong Xin sneered in his heart. Wishful thinking. Immortal Gu are unique. Celestial Court's Immortal Gu are barely enough. Why would they sell them? At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. Immortal Gu cannot be sold, but they can be rented. On the other hand, Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes can also be considered for transactions. Zhou Xiong Xin's following quotation immediately made Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang's expressions turn unsightly. Celestial Court's asking price was very high. Wan Clan would have to bleed a lot to get anything. There is a price for upholding justice, friends. Zhou Xiong Xin suddenly lowered his voice. In fact, Celestial Court still has an important sponsorship for Wan Clan. It will definitely satisfy your clan. Oh, we would like to hear the details. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was currently communicating with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Baizu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path. Why are you exchanging Immortal Gu with me for blood path? Fang Yuan smiled as he asked despite knowing the answer. Heavenly Lord Baizu was far away in northern plains, smiling bitterly. He muttered in his heart, Do you think I am willing? But there was no other way. Giant Sun Immortal had personally summoned Heavenly Lord Baizu for the blood path Immortal Gu transaction, asking him to be the middleman and communicate on his behalf. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu refuse? He was only a tiny rank 8 Gu Immortal, and his clan was established in northern plains. He could only agree to Giant Sun Immortal's order. As the saying goes, one had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally had resentment towards Giant Sun Immortal, but at the same time, he also had resentment towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's declaration of great love had shocked the world. Fang Yuan announced that he was in contact with Gu Immortals and forces of the 5 regions. Among them was the transaction with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was fake. Heavenly Lord Baizu was so scared that his skewers were burnt. Fang Yuan wanted to use this to sow discord and probe Giant Sun Immortal's reaction. Giant Sun Immortal's philosophy was to rule the world. Heavenly Lord Baizu was not his bloodline descendant. Baizu tribe had always been suppressed and ostracized by the Huangjin tribes. This was Fang Yuan's plan to sow discord. Who knew? The Huangjin tribes might join forces to kill Baizu tribe and cut off one of their own? Of course, this possibility was very small. The world did not lack smart people. But the cost of Fang Yuan's plan was too low. He only needed to say a few words. Moreover, how would he know if he did not try? Thus, Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have a good time during this period of time. He was a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was trembling in fear all day, afraid that Giant Sun Immortal would find trouble with him. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal found trouble with him and gave him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal's attitude was clear. Aren't you, Heavenly Lord Baizu, close to Fang Yuan? Then be my contact and exchange blood path Immortal Gu. Use your actions and results to prove your loyalty to me, giant sun immortal, to longevity heaven, and to the whole of Northern Plains' righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt very wronged. When had he ever had a close transaction with Feng Yuan? It was clearly Chu Du and Feng Yuan who had something going on. What did this have to do with me, Heavenly Lord Baizu? I had even fought with Feng Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal did not mention this at all. He wanted him to take this mission. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, there were very few people who could do this. Longevity Heaven and Huangjin Tribe's Gu Immortals were excluded because these people represented Giant Sun Immortal. But Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du were different. Lord Feng Yuan, you are great love immortal venerable. Why are you toying with a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Baizu lowered his stance. How can someone as wise as you not know my situation? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. What blood path immortal Gu do you want? Chapter 2282. In this world, there were genes, oddities, sealed artifacts, runes, Taoism, major thousand realms. Zhang Yi's identity alternated between the young sword grandmaster and the beautiful Yellow Springs queen. He traversed between reality and illusion, searching the past and the future. The hidden history would eventually be revealed, and the dead gods would soon be resurrected. This is a book written by a friend. If anyone is interested, please support it. Venerable Gu recommends The Strange City of Rebirth, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2283. Giant Sun Immortal had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu. As long as there was a possibility, he had to dig out all of Feng Yuan's blood path immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu could not say that now. He mentioned 10 immortal Gu. Feng Yuan got the information and sneered. These immortal Gu included Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu, and Blood Chi Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had Bloodline Immortal Gu. This immortal Gu originally belonged to Wu Clan. When Feng Yuan disguised himself as Wu Yihai, Wu Clan used Bloodline Gu to test Feng Yuan's authenticity. Later, it was deceived by Feng Yuan and became his. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal to obtain this information. Blood Asset Immortal Gu also belonged to Feng Yuan. This was a Gu created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some of the Blood Path Gu recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Yuan obtained it from Langya sect. Right now, this Blood Asset Immortal Gu had already risen from rank 6 to rank 8, becoming one of the core immortal Gu of 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. It was also one of the 4 elements. It had great significance. Blood Skull Immortal Gu was also in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan originally had the rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal Gu. He had used it to raise his aptitude. But Blood Skull Mortal Gu had a high price. To raise a Gu master's aptitude, he had to kill enough blood relatives. Back on Qingmao Mountain, to raise his aptitude, Feng Yuan almost slaughtered the entire Guyue village. At Gu Immortal level, the value of Blood Skull Gu, which could raise aptitude, fell sharply. To many Gu Immortals who fought alone, Blood Skull Gu was of little value. But to a force, Blood Skull Gu was extremely important. Feng Yuan thought, he himself would not benefit from the Blood Skull Gu, but other people could use it. The 500 years of memories of his previous life told him that the Blood Skull Immortal Gu true inheritance had been destroyed due to the changes in heaven and earth. Thus, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many Gu Immortal seeds undergo immortal ascension, he used natural inspiration to ask for a more incomplete Blood Skull Immortal Gu recipe. Next, through his own deductions, he obtained Blood Skull Immortal Gu's recipe. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, Feng Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal Gu. As he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was to raise aptitude. Because it was an Immortal Gu, it was effective on Gu Immortals. The drawback was that he still needed to slaughter his own kin. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the larger the scale of slaughtering their kin, to the point where they would need to slaughter the Gu Immortals' kin. As for Blood Chi Immortal Gu, it was in Feng Yuan's hands. Demon Immortal Chi Ju obtained the Blood Chi Immortal Gu true inheritance. He had once transacted with Feng Yuan and obtained the relevant immortal goo recipe from Feng Yuan. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju died, Feng Yuan refined it. His current rank was not high, it was only rank 6. Other than that, Feng Yuan had other Blood Path Immortal Goo. For example, Blood Stain Goo, Blood Vow Goo. These two Blood Path Immortal Essence were created by Eastern Sea's Blood Path Demonic Immortals, Ding Yin and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, while the other was used for information path. Feng Yuan did not obtain these two Immortal Goo recipes from Ding Yin and Ding Qi, but he knew that these two Immortal Goo were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for a more complete Immortal Goo remnant recipe. Along with his own deductions, he refined it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Bai Zhu. I have a large number of Blood Path Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan said to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly praised, Lord Feng Yuan plans for a rainy day? You have great foresight. As a refinement path venerable, you are the number 1 refinement path venerable in history. I am filled with admiration. Feng Yuan chuckled. If you want to trade for Blood Path Immortal Goo, then use the primordial domain extraction method to exchange. Before Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu came to find Feng Yuan, he had been instructed by Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had told him about the primordial domain extraction method. From Giant Sun Immortal's point of view, Feng Yuan's desire for the primordial domain extraction method was obvious. Didn't he see that in Jewel Yellow Skies, Feng Yuan's primordial domain was still stored here? Feng Yuan had not extracted it yet. It could basically be determined that there was no primordial domain extraction method. Thus, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase Blood Path Immortal Goo. It could be used well. As expected, Feng Yuan immediately suggested this primordial domain extraction method. Giant Sun Immortal was not wrong. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was secretly excited. The unease in his heart also dissipated greatly. He purposely remained silent for a while before replying to Feng Yuan. Primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu purposely showed a difficult expression. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Don't play tricks. Since you were sent here by Giant Sun Immortal, did Giant Sun Immortal not take care of you? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's heart shook. He quickly straightened his posture. Lord Feng Yuan is wise and mighty. You have great insight. Please forgive my offense. Feng Yuan lightly grunted. Then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one of my Blood Path Immortal Goo. What? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was shocked. Feng Yuan was so greedy, he almost did not dare to believe it. Lord Feng Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable. I can safely exchange it for 10 Blood Path Immortal Goo. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said. Feng Yuan sneered. Hee, you are asking for too much. You are actually so greedy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Feng Yuan did not need any primordial domain extraction method. He played around with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu while refining advanced refinement goo. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers were flying in the sky. Each river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The rivers converged at times and separated at other times. In this refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement goo, Feng Yuan mainly used the water refinement method. The core immortal goo of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, rank 8 water refinement immortal goo, had been injected with immortal essence since the start of the refinement, almost without stopping. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu slowly recovered and started to lower the price. Lord Feng Yuan, you must know that I am extremely sincere. The primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare. You must know that. To you, this primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable. It is what you need the most now. And just 10 Blood Path Immortal Goo are not important to you at all. You are a refinement path immortal venerable. Can't you refine any immortal goo with just a thought? Feng Yuan sneered. His attitude quickly turned cold. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal. Shouldn't he have given me the primordial domain extraction method? Now that I can't extract the primordial domain, I have yet to settle the score with him, but he actually shamelessly wants to sell this thing? I am a grand refinement path venerable. Can't I deduce a rank 9 refinement path killer move to treat the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract the primordial domain? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said. Lord Feng Yuan, please don't be angry. Shut up. Feng Yuan continued. Go back and tell that giant Sunday. I am refining Blood Path Immortal Goo to make things difficult for him. He wants to cultivate Blood Path as well? Hee. I will continue to refine more Blood Path Immortal Goo. Unless he first takes out the primordial domain extraction method and gives it to me, so that I can see how much sincerity he has. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to speak anymore. He sighed and contacted Giant Sun Immortal. After Giant Sun Immortal learned of this, he immediately scolded. Feng Yuan, you are so arrogant. You dare to threaten me like this. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also a trash. Cowering like this, don't you know that you are negotiating with Feng Yuan on my behalf? Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, Lord Giant Sun, it is my fault. I do not have Huangjin bloodline. My ability is shallow. Enough. Giant Sun Immortal interrupted him. Precisely because you do not have Huangjin bloodline and your ability is shallow, I am giving you these opportunities to temper yourself and increase your ability. Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant Sun Immortal continued. Continue negotiating with Feng Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method. I will absolutely not give it away. Tell Feng Yuan that among the three venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Advise him to judge the situation and cooperate with me. There will be great benefits. It can make up for the gap. A wise man should be able to see the situation clearly. Heavenly Lord Baizu asked again. Then, Lord Giant Sun, how many Blood Path Immortal Goo can the primordial domain extraction method be exchanged for? Giant Sun Immortal was silent for a while. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Feng Yuan's plan was to deduce a rank 9 killer move using the Refinement Path Venerable's foundation and extract the primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed feasible. This way, the price of the primordial domain extraction method could not be so high. But as for the price, in Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the more the better. Thus, he reprimanded Heavenly Lord Baizu. How many Blood Path Immortal Goo can be exchanged for will depend on how hard you work and how loyal you are to my longevity heaven. Go, I will wait and see. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt extremely gloomy. He was under huge pressure and contacted Feng Yuan again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was a problem with the Refinement Path Immortal Materials processing. Feng Yuan was currently dividing the rivers and getting rid of some of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Lord Feng Yuan, I really cannot give you the primordial domain extraction method, but since you feel 10 Blood Path Immortal Goo is too much, how about 8? Feng Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu. He immediately scolded, Little Baizu, I am a Grand Venerable. Why would I bargain with you? Do you think I am a commoner? Heavenly Lord Baizu scolded inwardly. He quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Feng Yuan added, Put aside the primordial domain extraction method. Since you want to purchase Blood Path Immortal Goo, take out more primordial domain. This, Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Yuan. What are you staring blankly for? Can you make the decision? Go back and ask for instructions. Heavenly Lord Baizu was furious. He, a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, had actually become a messenger, and both sides of the messenger were venerables. He could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this anger and go back to look for Giant Sun Immortal. As expected of Feng Yuan, such a greedy person, Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He indeed had a large number of primordial domain with him, but these primordial domains had little value to him. After all, he did not have the Sovereign Immortal body. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal mainly cultivated Luck Path and also cultivated Blood Path. It was already his limit. But these primordial domains could be used by Giant Sun Immortal to nurture his subordinates. It is not impossible to use them to transact with Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal pondered for a moment before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Feng Yuan again. Lord Feng Yuan, Lord? He tried many times, but Feng Yuan ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu, at this time, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, dozens of rivers merged together, creating countless waves. In the vast water flow, a brand new advanced refinement Goo slowly rose. It was at rank 9 level. P.S. All the typos and bugs in section 277 to 285 have been corrected. Chapter 2284. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. Feng Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the Immortal Goo looked no different from the Rank 8 Immortal Goo. However, the truth was, it had undergone a qualitative change. This was Feng Yuan's second Rank 9 Immortal Goo. It was a huge help to Feng Yuan. 4-element square regret blood refinement pool would also become a Rank 9 Immortal Goo house because of this. Rank 9 Immortal Goo house. Such an Immortal Goo house could be counted on one hand in the history of humanity. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous one, but with the destruction of Rank 9 Fate Goo, it was no longer one of them. Once I finish modifying it, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo can be placed in 4-element square regret blood refinement pool again. This Immortal Goo house would also undergo a qualitative change. If there is an Immortal Goo house ranking, it will definitely be at the top. Feng Yuan assessed internally. If it was before, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool might be on par with Divine Emperor City, but once it became a true Rank 9, it would definitely suppress Divine Emperor City. After all, Divine Emperor City did not have Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Of course, Feng Yuan had to modify 4-element square regret blood refinement pool so that it could match Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable, a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. It was not difficult for him to modify this. Feng Yuan temporarily put down Advanced Refinement Immortal Goo and inspected himself. As he had expected, because he had a second Rank 9 Immortal Goo, the net of Heaven Path Dao marks left on him by obscured Heavenly Secret were expending twice as fast as before. This showed how much help Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would bring to Feng Yuan. It had a huge significance and could influence many things in the future. It would be much easier for Feng Yuan to refine Rank 8 Immortal Goo in the future. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal have expended a lot of Immortal Essence. They need to use it to refine natural Dao marks. They will not investigate like before. This greatly reduces the pressure of obscured Heavenly Secret. Feng Yuan was very clear that this was the limit of the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. If Feng Yuan wanted to refine the third Rank 9 Immortal Goo now, Obscured Heavenly Secret might be able to help him conceal it in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would not be able to conceal it. The killer move's power would be completely depleted. So, should I refine or not? If I were to refine a third Rank 9 Immortal Goo, which one should I refine? Feng Yuan calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was now facing internal and external troubles. First of all, the sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. Because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, and the entire immortal aperture's ecology was very unstable. Because of the severe losses in Crazed Demon Cave, there were too few Goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. They could only barely maintain stability. Next were calamities and tribulations. To become a supremacy, one had to undergo a tribulation. Among the three Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks. Their immortal aperture's time flow could not be altered using time path methods. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, accelerated Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus twice when he was refining it. Because of this, He Chun Xiu's Time Path clone's Time Path Foundation was almost completely destroyed. For a period of time, Feng Yuan could not change the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow. If he tried again, it would trigger a chain reaction and cause abnormal situations to erupt, forming terrifying calamities and tribulations that engulfed the entire sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could change the entire sovereign immortal aperture had to be of high rank. To be effective, it had to be engraved or altered by many time path Dao marks. The sudden change of time path Dao marks would cause a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, causing changes that Feng Yuan could not deduce clearly, resulting in huge losses. If it caused losses, the losses would be huge. Feng Yuan had used landscape as before with the Year Essence Pool to recover, but he could not use it now. Because the Year Essence Pool's water of the River of Time had only been rapidly poured in recently. The essence of this method was still time path Dao marks. The chaotic time path Dao marks would cause abnormal situations to erupt. Using any time path killer move would only add fuel to the fire. To reduce this concern, I need to at least create the first ring of time path Dao veins. The third concern was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. It needed to consume immortal apertures of the same rank to feed it. Right now, Fang Yuan's cultivation level had risen to rank 9. He needed to consume rank 9 immortal apertures. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fang Yuan's food. But the difficulty of this was extremely high. Of course, Fang Yuan was not unprepared. He had plotted against the revived Paradise Earth in Crazed Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a hair's breadth away from rank 9. His corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture could be considered quasi-rank 9. And because it cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a special ability. It could actually form its own body and was very stable. Normally speaking, after a Gu immortal died, their immortal aperture would become unstable. It would fall into the world and open its entrance, absorbing a vast amount of heaven and earth chi to form a blessed land or grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was very special. It was very stable. If there is no other way in the future, I will split a part of my soul and use Paradise Earth's body to create a heavenly venerable clone. Then, I will let this clone undergo tribulation and become a Heaven Path venerable before annexing his rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fang Yuan's food. Of course, this was a bit extravagant. If possible, Fang Yuan still hoped to have a heavenly venerable clone to help him at all times. The three concerns were the sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had external threats. The external threats were venerables. Fang Yuan had secretly refined 2 rank 9 immortal goo. This was his greatest advantage now. But the other venerables also had advantages. The number of Dao marks refined by Giant Sun Immortal was definitely the highest among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight 1 against 2 and hold the upper hand. The amplification of external Dao marks was huge. And even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inferior to Giant Sun Immortal in this aspect, the number of Wisdom Path Dao marks refined was clearly higher than Fang Yuan's. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could guess that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely modifying her killer moves. Fang Yuan had almost no achievements in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 Immortal Goo that were still warm, but he did not have a single rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's attainment in deducing killer moves was also far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If the 3 Venerables fought now, Fang Yuan's 2 rank 9 Immortal Goo would not be able to provide any direct help. The 2 Venerables had something that Fang Yuan was envious of. Giant Sun Immortal had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Celestial Court. The 2 Venerables had headquarters. As long as they hid in them, they would have a huge amplification. They would have the might of a true Dao Lord. Even if the other 2 Venerables cooperated sincerely, they would not be able to do anything. This was an undefeatable position. No matter how the situation collapsed, as long as they had this headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope of counterattacking. But Fang Yuan did not have such a thing. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was unstable to begin with. How could he use it as a battlefield? His foundation in this aspect could not compare to the other 2 Venerables. After all, the 2 Venerables had become Venerables in their previous lives, while Fang Yuan was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal in his previous life. The main reason was that in Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was still around. Providence had purposely arranged for it. The Venerables made arrangements. Fang Yuan could not go against heaven. Thus, if Fang Yuan lost, he would have no place to settle down. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time but could not make a decision. There was a crucial point in front of him. Whether he chose to refine or not, it would have a huge impact on his future plans. For example, if he chose to refine a rank 9 Immortal Goo that could be used in battle, Fang Yuan might have to personally attack and suppress the other Venerables, expending their immortal essence and expanding his own immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine, the obscured heavenly secret could still last for some time. Using this time, Feng Yuan could secretly accumulate more advantages. It was up to Feng Yuan now. Insufficient information. Feng Yuan sighed deeply. Unlike the battle in Crazed Demon Cave that had just ended, the Venerables had developed for some time. Their trump cards and methods had changed. The situation was not clear. It was not easy to make such a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that he could forcefully obtain information. But Feng Yuan was suppressing two Venerables at the same time. It felt a little unreliable. The other side had a headquarters, and if the two Venerables were forced to work together, could Feng Yuan deal with them? As the confrontation between the three Venerables continued to drag on, the importance of information became more obvious. Feng Yuan was not proficient in this aspect. Information Path was best at gathering information. Feng Yuan had never had a good achievement in this aspect. This was not to say that he had not grown in this aspect. Even though Li Xiaobai had high hopes placed on him in the past, he was only one of Feng Yuan's chess pieces now. Feng Yuan's current foundation was still effective in probing ordinary Gu immortals or super forces. It was just that his information path attainment could not keep up with his development. Now that he was dealing with two Venerables, he was very weak in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal was probing him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deducing him, but Feng Yuan could not retaliate in this aspect. While Feng Yuan was thinking deeply, Western Desert's situation was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang, Wan Zihong, Zhou Xiong Xian, and the rest came to Xiao Clan's headquarters Blessed Land. Everyone, I know the reason for your visit. Feng Clan has gone insane. Their entire clan has fallen into the demonic path. They are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao Clan is willing to cooperate with Wan Clan to recover their lost land. Xiao Yihu, as the representative of Xiao Clan, immediately expressed his intentions. Wan Clan's group thus successfully formed an alliance with Xiao Clan. After some discussion, Wan Clan was willing to cede Visualization Oasis, Fragrant Wind Flying Island, Black-Yellow Earth Pool, and other resource points. Xiao Clan sent Xiao Yihu and several other Xiao Clan experts. At the same time, the Celestial Court would provide funds to replenish the Immortal Yuan Stone. Furthermore, the Celestial Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable acted personally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely defend Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong's active participation, a Western Desert Righteous Path alliance targeting Feng Clan was rapidly forming. Literature Museum. Chapter 2285. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's face was pale as she looked at the flying sand cave in front of her, gasping for breath. The arrangement is finally complete. Yuzi muttered. The Rockman Gu Immortal Sure Sanbai thanked her. Yuzi cultivates water path. It is truly difficult for you to arrange this kind of earth path resource point. But it's impossible for me to succeed if I were to do it alone. Rockmen were most proficient in earth path. This was the innate talent of their race. Originally, Sure Sanbai and Sure Guabai had agreed to complete this kind of earth path resource point arrangement mission together. But not long ago, Feng Yuan ordered several Rockman Gu Immortals to be sent out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sure Sanbai had no choice but to wait for others to cooperate with him. In the end, it was Yuzi who came. Although Yuzi was a Water Path Gu Immortal, she was still a rank 7 Gu Immortal. With Sure Sanbai as the leader and Yuzi as the support, the two worked together and spent close to 10 days before they finally arranged this resource point and completed the mission. Seeing Sure Sanbai thank her, Yuzi quickly said some humble words with a very polite attitude. She actually had her own plans. Flying Sand Cave, this kind of resource point, can be used as an earth vein node. After this kind of resource point is arranged, Lord Feng Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation and turn this resource point into an earth vein node. This is a good opportunity for me to meet Lord Feng Yuan. Ever since Yuzi saw Feng Yuan's main body, her fighting spirit had been shaken. But after this period of time, she had thought it through. She did not have any extravagant hopes of getting together with Feng Yuan's main body. She placed her attention on Feng Yuan's clones. As long as she could get on Feng Yuan's good side and become one of Feng Yuan's fiancés, the merfolk status would immediately be stabilized like an immovable mountain. Moreover, with this relationship, the merfolk's development would be greatly guaranteed. It was because of this that Yu Zi accepted this mission and cooperated with Shi Sanbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. "It's Lord Wu Shuai," Shi Sanbai said respectfully. It's coming, it's coming." Wu Shuai is Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone. Yu Zi's heart raced as she encouraged herself. The future of the merfolk race would depend on her to fight for it. Yu Zi hurriedly swept her eyes over her attire. This time, she wore a rare pearl necklace that could constantly emit the fragrance of the sea breeze. Her colorful dress accentuated her slender figure, and her bright and spotless fish scales gave off a pure and flawless feeling. Yu Zi nodded in satisfaction in her heart, and then she gathered her spirits and spun her beautiful eyes while revealing a faint smile on her face, and she tried her best to reveal her beautiful and moving side. Shi Sanbai was dumbfounded. He instantly understood the mermaid immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above the flying sand cave, Yu Zi said softly, "Greetings, Lord Wu Shuai." This voice caused Shi Sanbai to shiver, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Wu Shuai nodded lightly. He glanced at the two of them before activating an investigative killer move to inspect the flying sand tunnel. After inspecting it 3 times, Wu Shuai said in satisfaction, "Not bad, you have arranged this flying sand tunnel very well." Saying so, Wu Shuai mobilized immortal goo, and many immortal materials to set up the immortal formation. Yu Zi carefully sized up Wu Shuai. He had a broad body and handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. His dragon eyes were amber in color. He had a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, and his body was covered in pure golden dragon scales that shone brightly. It was closer to the beauty of merfolk. Lord Feng Yuan is truly peerless in beauty, Yu Zi praised in her heart. The beauty that Feng Yuan's main body gave her was a kind of shock, a feeling that she could only worship and look up to. It made Yu Zi feel ashamed of her inferiority, and Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. Several hours later, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. Lord Wu Shuai has amazing methods indeed. Setting up the immortal formation is as easy as blowing off dust, Yu Zi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I cannot make a conclusion yet. It depends on the actual effect. Step back and pay attention to your safety." The first activation of a newly created formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move collapsed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. If the immortal formation collapsed, not only would the Gu Immortal suffer a backlash, it would also cause the surrounding environment to change. After all, the formation was closely connected to the surrounding environment. Especially the formation of this kind of resource point. Once it collapsed, the huge amount of Dao marks in the resource point would change, and the damage would be huge. This was even more so in the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was all from experience. There had been several failures in setting up the immortal formation, causing chaos in the Dao marks and the environment to change. The loss of resource points was a small matter, but there were also terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai carefully activated the formation. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason why he could set up the formation was because he shared his formation path attainment level with his main body. Thus, once a flaw appeared in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods. He was not a formation path Gu Immortal after all. The immortal formation started to activate. There were no accidents for the time being. Wu Shuai's gaze was like a torch. He did not relax. After a few breaths of time, Yu Zi could not endure it anymore. She boldly approached Wu Shuai and said with a worshipful expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no problems." Wu Shuai did not look at her. He frowned slightly and sniffed. "What is this smell?" Yu Zi's expression turned joyful. She was just about to pretend to be shy and say that this was the fragrance of pearls. But right at this time, there was a loud sound. Large amounts of stench gushed out of the flying sand cave. The surrounding Tin Li was filled with an incomparably foul stench. Yu Zi's expression was pale. She almost vomited on the spot. Her pearl fragrance was completely drowned, and the pure white pearl necklace was completely dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. "Don't worry. This is the stench of the earth's lungs. This flying sand cave was moved here, but the methods used were not up to standard, causing the poisonous air to accumulate in the cave. But now, it's all good. My great formation has automatically expelled it, and all the hidden dangers are gone. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai. Shi Sanbai quickly cheered. Yuzi forcefully endured the stench and also praised. This is all thanks to Lord Wu Shuai's outstanding methods. She boldly moved closer, trying her best to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, lumps of sand and rocks shot out from the flying sand cave. These sand and rocks were filled with moisture. They were not dry because the stench of the earth's lungs was still filled with a foul stench. Clumps of sand and stones flew into the air, and then immediately fell on the surrounding desert, making pitter-patter sounds. It was like she was having diarrhea. Yuzi looked at the sand and rocks in the air. Her heart was like dead ashes. In this situation, no matter how dazzling she was, Wu Shuai would not feel moved. After the sand and rocks shot out for a while, it became normal again. Large amounts of fine and dense dry sand spewed out from the flying sand cave. The sand flew high up into the sky, about 100 feet above the ground. Then, like a drizzle, it sprinkled down. These were flying sand. They were immortal materials. They were very light. Even though they were only rank 6 immortal materials, there was a lot of them. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand cave had already become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction, saying with a joyful tone, "This way, the sovereign immortal aperture's earth vein has already completed the second circle." Before the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, even though it was also the second circle, there were very few nodes back then. How could it be as large as now? I absolutely believe that this world will get better and better. Yuzi echoed with deep sympathy. Wu Shuai took a glance at her before turning back to look at Shi Sanbai, before flying away. Yuzi and Shi Sanbai quickly sent him off. Only when Wu Shuai vanished into the horizon did Yuzi retract her gaze and sigh deeply. She could not conceal her deep disappointment. Shi Sanbai smiled internally. He knew the mermaid's intentions but did not look down on her. The mermaids had already stayed in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid Gu Immortals' performance could be said to be very conscientious. Almost all the Gu Immortals acknowledged them. The weak relied on the strong to survive. This was a wise survival strategy in Shi Sanbai's opinion. He did not have any enmity. After all, the rockmen were all males. There was no competitive relationship between them. Thus, Shi Sanbai pretended not to know. Next, I will continue to set up an Earth Path resource point. Fairy Yuzi, are you willing to continue working with me? Shi Sanbai naturally hoped to cooperate with Earth Path Gu Immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was really lacking in manpower. After all, Yuzi had worked with him before. They had some tacit understanding. Yuzi inquired about it in detail before tactfully rejecting Shi Sanbai with a difficult expression. The following Earth Path resource point could not bear the burden of the Earth Vein node. It also meant that without seeing Feng Yuan's clone, Yuzi would not have much motivation. Shi Sanbai was quite understanding and suggested, "In my opinion, Fairy, you should take a good rest." Yuzi immediately felt strange. Only one thought appeared in her mind. Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture can rest? Yuzi had lived here for some time. She had already realized that the Gu Immortals here were all workaholics. What was rest? Now, this was the first time she had heard the word rest from the Gu Immortals here. Shi Sanbai smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of my personal experience. The mission board is not empty. There are endless missions, and we lack manpower. Most of the time, we are not proficient in them, but we have no choice but to complete them. Fairy, you cultivate Water Path. It is very strenuous for you to set up an Earth Path resource point. You can only display 20% of your full strength, and you feel stifled. So next, I suggest you take on some missions that will allow you to display your strength to the fullest. That way, you can relieve your depression." Yuzi quickly nodded, expressing her thanks. But she was already vomiting blood in her heart. As expected, the so-called rest is still to do missions. These Gu Immortals do not seem to know what is true rest. Sleep. I have not slept for more than 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since coming here, and each time it was not even 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are there so many Earth Path resource points in this period of time? I am already disgusted with the arrangement of these resource points. I hope there will be some water path resource points next. Thinking of this, Yuzi almost wanted to slap herself in anger. What are you thinking about? What other resource points do I need? I hope there are no resource points. There will be fewer missions. They will be completed by other Gua mortals. Let me sleep. I really want to have a complete sleep. Chapter 2286. Western Desert, Fong Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Fong Clan's immortals were all present. All of them had ashen expressions. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. According to the information we just received, Wan Clan's group paid a visit to Qin Clan. They have already sent Qin Lang to join the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert's Gua mortal world. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. His signature method was Clear Whirlpool. Once used, it could make the world clear and bright. This means that Wan Clan's alliance against My Fong Clan has already included Shao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. Although this person's battle strength is lacking, he is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan's Gua mortal is Gong Jiao Che. Everyone here should know of his famous battle achievements. Shi Clan's Gua mortal is Shi Kong. He has recently become a famous expert. His defense is extremely strong. Tang Clan's Gua mortal is Tang Lan Ku. She is a time path Gua mortal. She has always been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since Tang Clan gave her such an important task, her strength is definitely not ordinary. The biggest supporter is still Shao Clan. Shao Clan has sent Shao Yihu. That's right. This person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a Gu immortal true inheritance and an incomplete immortal Gu house. Shao Yihu used this to become a Gu immortal. He used Shao Clan's strength to repair the immortal Gu house and changed his name to Shao Yihu. According to rumors, his Dark Path immortal Gu house chamber pot is extremely vicious. Although it is small, it can forcefully trap Gu immortals inside. If the Gu immortal cannot break free, they will turn into a pile of H*T after being trapped in this pot for a night. Fong Clan's immortals conversed. They felt huge pressure. Western Desert had a total of 14 super forces: Shi Clan, Shao Clan, Tian Clan, Fong Clan, Dong Clan, Wan Clan, Sun Clan, Emo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Zhuqiu Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious secluded E Clan was included, there were 15 super forces. Fong Clan was only one of them. There was no accurate ranking of the super forces' strength. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu Clan was the strongest. It had been tested for a long time and was publicly recognized by Gu immortals. A super force's strength consisted of many aspects, like Gu immortals, resources, immortal Gu houses, and others. And in these areas, there were strengths and weaknesses. In reality, superpowers competed with each other, allied with each other, or were enemies with each other. There were many factors involved, making it difficult for superpowers to compare one another. Of course, there would be a vague understanding. For example, in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Shao Clan and Tian Clan's strength was generally looked upon favorably by Gu immortals. Because in the past peaceful times, these two clans had the biggest businesses. They had many Gu immortals and rank 8 experts. Fong Clan's strength was actually not bad. Fong Clan had rank 8 Gu immortal Fong Gong who controlled 3 immortal Gu houses, and now they had an Earth Path immortal Gu house. If they could control Divine Bean Palace, Fong Clan would become the overlord of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now, Fong Clan was facing the alliance of all the other super forces. These super clans only needed to send 1 or 2 Gu immortals to make Fong Clan suffer. If they mobilized more immortal Gu houses, they would not need all the super forces. Just a third of them would be enough to surpass Fong Clan's immortal Gu house. Right now, Wan Clan had only contacted a portion of the super forces. Fong Clan's Gu immortals felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. While the immortals were discussing, Fong Lung also spoke. Everyone, don't forget that we still have to face the most terrifying enemy, Celestial Court. Although according to the information, Celestial Court's Gu immortals have clearly stated that they will not interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is precisely because of their guarantee that we cannot use Great Love Immortal Venerable's prestige to make those Western Desert superclans completely dispel their last layer of apprehension. What worries me the most is that Celestial Court sent 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. One of them is Wan Zihong, a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. Once Wan Zihong was mentioned, Fong Clan's Gu immortals immediately understood Fong Lung's meaning. Don't tell me this Wan Zihong is related to Wan Clan? Wan Zihong is a demonic path Gu immortal. There is no evidence that she is related to Wan Clan by blood. But without evidence, we can create evidence. If we really confirm that Wan Zihong is a member of Western Desert's Wan Clan, then Celestial Court will have an official reason to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Although this possibility is small, we have to guard against it. Many people nodded at Fong Lung's words. Fong Gong felt gratified. He had nurtured Fong Lung as his successor and watched him mature day by day. Especially during this period of time, his growth was very obvious. At this time, Fong Yun spoke. In my opinion, our clan needs to seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord makes a move, no matter how many Western Desert superclans come, they will not be a problem. Only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fong Yun was Fong Dichang's successor. Different from Fong Lung's simple question, he directly stated the conclusion in his heart. During the period when Fong Dichang was captured, Fong Yun was the person in charge of Fong Clan's Wisdom Path faction. This kind of experience not only gave him a lot of experience, it also increased his authority in the Fong Clan. As for why he ignored Giant Sun Immortal, it was because Fong Clan could not establish a connection with Giant Sun Immortal. In fact, even if they established a connection, Giant Sun Immortal would be suspicious. After all, Fong Clan and Fong Yuan's relationship was too deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable has already sent several Rockman Gu immortals, but they are only responsible for receiving resource points. It is not that our clan did not request them before, but Great Love Immortal Venerable does not seem to want to interfere. Fong Lung frowned as he answered. Fong Clan placed some resource points in Jewel Yellow Skies and openly transacted with Fong Yuan. Another batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fong Yuan. This naturally could not be done through Jewel Yellow Skies. The biggest disadvantage of Jewel Yellow Skies was that it would be completely exposed. Resource points were countable and recorded. Only transactions in the dark could be concealed. The possibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable taking action personally is too low, and our clan cannot afford to pay such a price. At this time, Fong Dichang finally spoke. He had been silent all along. Besides him, Fong Gong and Fong Huasheng were also doing this. These 3 were the true authorities of Fong Clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. They were also giving Fong Yun, Fong Lung, and the others a chance to train themselves. Super forces were different from lone Gu immortals. They usually placed great emphasis on nurturing their younger generation Gu immortals. Once Fong Dichang spoke, everyone else shut up. They stared at Fong Dichang quietly, their gazes showing clear trust. Fong Dichang suddenly smiled as he continued, "Don't worry, I have already deduced. The possibility of star constellation Immortal Venerable taking action is extremely low. During the confrontation, Venerables will try to avoid fighting each other directly. They will not take action because of us. Don't overestimate yourself. In the eyes of a Venerable, we are as insignificant as ants." Fong Clan's immortals listened quietly and nodded. Most of them had strange expressions. This might be the first time they felt glad that they were too weak and were looked down upon. Next, Fong Dichang changed the topic. "But we still need to transact with Fong Yuan. We need to rely on Fong Yuan, like before, to exchange for more support from him." Fong Gong immediately understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. "Ever since we invaded Wan Clan's territory, we have already taken out many of Wan Clan's resource points to transact with Fong Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and so on. Fong Yuan has sent Rockman Gu immortals to receive them day and night, but they are still too busy." Fang Dicheng shook his head. But it is not enough. We need more immortal goo houses. Once the battle starts, you will be the only rank 8 in our clan. And Wan Clan's alliance army will likely have several of them, even if they do not have them now. Once the battle situation turns bad, they will reinforce us at any time. So, we need immortal goo houses. Only then can Fang Clan's rank 6 and rank 7 goo houses be of use. Only then can they protect their lives in the battlefield, and to a certain extent rely on the immortal goo houses to advance and retreat freely. Fang Clan's immortals were silent. Fang Dicheng heaved a sigh. We can all see the current situation is very grim. Our Fang Clan is standing against all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation level, and we do not have enough immortal yuan stone, but the Celestial Court can provide immortal yuan stone. We need to deal a heavy blow to this wave of anti-Fang Alliance army and cause them huge losses. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive this crisis, there will be a second and third wave of anti-Fang Alliance army. How many waves can our Fang Clan resist? In fact, we can only resist this first wave, and we have already used all our strength. This is a penetrating insight. Fang Huasheng praised. Fang Dicheng took the opportunity to propose the transaction of Black-Yellow Earth Pool and the other 2 resource points. Fang Clan's immortals were greatly shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is absolutely extraordinary. It is Wan Clan's #1 resource point, Wan Clan's pride. Are we going to sell it so easily? The long-term profits will be extremely impressive. Fang Dicheng did not speak. He only looked at Fang Gong. Fang Gong pondered for a moment before saying directly, I agree, let's do this. Fang Dicheng smiled lightly. At the crucial moment, Fang Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, we can discuss other resource points later, but we must openly trade this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fang Yuan. Good plan. Fang Yun immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fang Clan's decision, Shi Guobai and the rest were shocked. Fang Clan's resolution is too deep. Most importantly, we have no way to demolish such a super resource point. Shi Guobai and the other Rockman Gu immortals felt awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, while this super resource point was at rank 8 level. Don't worry, Great Love Alliance leader has already expected this. Lu Wei Yin's sudden appearance immediately dispelled the awkwardness of the Rockman Gu immortals. Lu Wei Yin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He naturally came here on Fang Yuan's orders. His defense was top-notch among pseudo-venerables. He could match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path. It was not difficult for him to demolish Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This was killing many birds with 1 stone. It could be seen that Lu Wei Yin was the most suitable person to go to Western Desert. Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain, as well as Fang Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Fang Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. If I can borrow Fang Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Fang Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel-yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated Ice and Snow Path, and as a Dragonman with Enslavement Path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal goo to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Fang Yuan's greed would be aroused. Fang Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Shun Shang and Lu Wei Yin had joined Fang Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point? Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the Gu immortals in jewel yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my God, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here? Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Feng Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel yellow skies were still shaking. The Feng clan of the Western Desert and Feng Yuan have made a public deal. It's Feng clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I've found out. This super resource point is the black-yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Feng clan, but Wan clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the Wan clan. I understand now. Wan clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path superpowers to form an anti-Feng alliance. Feng clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The Wan clan soon found out. How can this be? Wan Jueqing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Feng clan is too despicable, too despicable. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Feng clan did not touch their super resource point. They directly sold Wan clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. This scheme was really vicious. Wan Hao Guang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Shao family about the black-yellow Earth Pond. Shao clan sent several Gu immortal experts to participate in the anti-Feng alliance and formed a close alliance with Wan clan in the future to help the heavily injured Wan clan regain their territory. But now, the black-yellow Earth Pond was gone. It was sold to Feng Yuan by Feng clan. Who was Feng Yuan? Great Love Immortal Venerable. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Did Wan clan dare to ask for the black-yellow Earth Pond from Feng Yuan? Did Shao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Yihu came to find them. Friends from Wan clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Xiao Yihu said with a heavy expression. Wan Hao Guang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Xiao Yihu again, Wan clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people. Wan Hao Guang clenched his fists. The transaction between Wan clan and Shao clan was modified several times. The black-yellow Earth Pond was removed, and Wan clan added several giant resource points. Shao clan guaranteed their benefits. Xiao Yihu left in satisfaction. Wan clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these righteous path forces to join the anti-Feng alliance, our Wan clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Shao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sigh. In the entire righteous path, Tang clan has the most righteous path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our Wan clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the righteous path. Just as Wan clan was discussing, the rank 7-time path Gu immortal Tang Lan Ku, sent by Tang clan, was secretly contacting Feng Yuan. Reporting to Lord, Xiao Yihu took the initiative to find Wan clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Feng Yuan nodded and deduced the truth. It seems that Wan clan ceded black-yellow Earth Pond in exchange for Shao clan support. Fong Clan's plan has already taken effect. Continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. Yuzi accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since Yuzi parted ways with Sure Sanbai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds. Her moves were majestic and powerful. She was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by Yuzi. Yuzi's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days, I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as Yuzi was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. Yuzi was caught off guard and could not block them. She could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! Yuzi cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution points. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sand scattered into the yellow fog. This is a Dream Path killer move? Yuzi was surprised and overjoyed. Dream Path killer moves were indeed effective. The yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl Yuzi greets Lord Meng Qiuzhan. Yuzi quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune. To be able to see another clone of Lord Fong Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you all right? Meng Qiuzhan asked warmly. Yuzi raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhan had a head of pink wavy hair. He looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting. The lines of his face were gentle and smooth. His smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful. Yuzi was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhan only had rank 6 cultivation level, being cared for by him, Yuzi felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears. Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhan's concern. This lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node. But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node. Meng Qiuzhan nodded. I remember this formation. I was the one who set it up. According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground. The formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane. Yes, Yuzi felt the same way. The formation membrane is too fragile. I repaired it many times, but the moment I repaired it, it would break again. Meng Qiuzhan stared at Yuzi. He suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. Yuzi was dumbfounded. Her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Fong Yuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhan? Meng Qiuzhan, such a good name. Dreams come true. An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body. Her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhan's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhan's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhan said calmly, the problem is indeed with you. You have already been contaminated. What? Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhan continued. You have been severely contaminated. The abnormal situation is the source of the contamination. It is already weak, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become. Is this true? Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't believe me? Meng Qiuzhan smiled as he patted her shoulder. Look, you have hair. Meng Qiuzhan said. I stimulated the abnormal Dao marks on your body. Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit, and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair, and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhan patted her again. Look, you have mold. Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her, because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Harry was ugly. What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhan. Yuzi begged. This time, it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhan smiled. If you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points. I am willing to give up everything I have. Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhan shook his head. But your contribution points are not enough. Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained. That is because I exchanged for an immortal goo earlier. Let's do this. Meng Qiuzhan said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhan said, I will temporarily seal the abnormal Dao marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there. Go. Saying so, Meng Qiuzhan left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the Earth Vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her goo worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale. A feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution points. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale. Her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other goo immortals. Isn't this fairy Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool? A goo immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied, Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then, otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another goo immortal spoke to Yuzi. Yuzi quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The 2 immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the sovereign immortal Aperture's goo immortals. Always in a hurry, they were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state. Quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lianku Xian saw Yuzi and said with a concerned expression, You are here too? Yuzi saw a goo immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lianku Xian nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The sovereign immortal Aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here. Yuzi had the same feeling. As far as I know, there are Rolling Waterfall Jumping Cliff, 3 Sacred Mountain, Divine Needle Valley, Hanjiao Deep Pool, Needle Forest Snowfield, Water Spider Sea, Heavenly Crystal Storage Pool. Now that we have deepened this black-yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lianku Xian and Yuzi entered the sovereign immortal Aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman Imperial Court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Feng Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long. They did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lien Kursin was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the Mermaid Immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lien Ku Xian was very worried. So was Yu. She sighed. Master sent several Gu Immortals out. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which Gu Immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. Sigh. If Master could bring in more Gu Immortals, that would be great. Lien Ku Xian nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies and spies. On the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human Gu Immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. Yu looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal Gu house. It was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal Gu houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal Gu houses were not affected. Yu sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lien Ku Xian squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion, but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere, but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Yu shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Qiuzhan. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters. How can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lien Ku Xian patted Yu's hand. All right. Yu, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Yu bid farewell to Lien Ku Xian. She did not tell Lien Ku Xian about her abnormality. Yu walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Yu had come to this mystical immortal Gu house many times. She was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. Bam! Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby Gu immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again? Hee, this is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Yu woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Feng Yuan's main body. Yu quickly stood up to greet, but was stopped by Feng Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded. Your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some Dao marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Yu immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Feng Yuan's main body's will. Of course, Her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open. Half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Yuzi looked up at Feng Yuan's will and quickly called out, "Please save me, master. I have enough contribution points." Feng Yuan's will nodded. "You have enough contribution points? Then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different Tao marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Tao marks, but also food path Tao marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary goo immortal's liver, saltwater liver can last longer and be strengthened by liver life hall. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future, with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is, Feng Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as Yuzi could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Saltwater liver, huh? Yuzi thought for a moment before nodding. I will choose this. While Yuzi was healing, in Western Desert, Xiao Yihu looked at Wan Hao Guang frowning. Mudplow Beach is gone. Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fong Clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wan Hao Guang had a pained expression. Xiao Yihu, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fong Clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiao Yihu shook his head, sighing deeply. Wan Hao Guang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fong Clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fong Clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first? Wan Hao Guang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiao Yihu when suddenly, heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fong Clan again. Such guts, we did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight. After the anti-Fong Alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fong Clan mobilized 3 immortal Gu houses this time. Fong Clan's immortals were also furious. It's you. It's you. You forced our Fong Clan to sell our resource points. Bam, bam, bam. Both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fong Clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the anti-Fong Alliance's expectations. What made the Alliance Immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at. They chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fong Clan. It was just that before the battle, they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fong Dicheng's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fong Yuan, causing the anti-Fong Alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fong Dichang's idea. Fong Clan's Fong Dichang. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. Not just him. The Alliance Immortals also felt Fong Dichang's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fong Dichang's expression was cold. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind, he shouted. Release all the ancient desolate beasts. I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals. At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into two groups as they charged forward. Wan Haoguang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fong Clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered. Anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger." Fong Clan's Gu Immortals were hiding inside the three Immortal Gu houses, while the Alliance's Gu Immortals were flying in the sky. These Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient, desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fong Clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the Alliance Gu Immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn." He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly. His voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Fenggo. You are Tian Deji." The other Gu Immortals in the Alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian Deji had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a Gu Immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the Gu Immortal inheritance to Tian clan. The Gu Immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Ganghui, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian Deji in the following days. Tian Deshang had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian Deji suddenly attacked, using an enslavement path killer move. All the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fong Clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the anti-Fong alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang, and the others all made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming 3 perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fong Clan had a plan and Wan Clan was also prepared. Tian Deji's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan Clan's communication with Tian Clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fong Clan, Wan Clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan Clan organized Gu Immortals to practice. The alliance's Gu Immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of Immortal Yuan Stone, the Alliance Immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fong Huasheng. Fong Dichang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beasts had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beasts. This Immortal Gu house was very important. If it lost any crucial Immortal Gu, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fong Huasheng, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal Killer Move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Hao Guang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered. The remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. "I'll return it to you," Fang Huasheng shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Hao Guang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Huasheng saw that the three immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a Fire Path Immortal Gu House suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This Immortal Gu House was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong Clan's two Gu Immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong Clan's Immortal Gu House, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred, "Fang Clan, you once used a Theft Path Immortal Gu House to attack my Dong Clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's Treasure Moon Oasis. We will take our revenge today." Red River Wheel charged towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. "Where are you going?" Red River Wheel chased relentlessly. Not long after, Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames. It was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River Wheel countered the Wood Path Immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiao Chase smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it! Fang Huasheng gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength. But the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the Gu worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the Immortal Gu House, spreading towards the core Immortal Gu. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it. But the other Rank 7 Immortal Gu House blocked its path. It was Wan Clan's Time Path Immortal Gu House, Myriad Age Building. Next, Fang Di Chang's Chicken Dog Coop was also attacked by many Gu Immortals. Fang Di Chang heaved a deep sigh as he thought. Wan Clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian Deji who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that Wan Clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang Clan's three Immortal Gu houses were not a secret. And this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 super forces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang Clan from them. Ever since the Chicken Ancient Desolate Beast was instigated, Fang Dichang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang Clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang Clan's immortals were not flustered. They were still full of confidence. Earth Shuttle move. Fang Chun and Fang Enlei flew out of the Immortal Gu House and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the Immortal Gu House that destroyed my Tall Pine Oasis Formation Foundation. Wan Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance Gu Immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a Rank 7 Immortal Gu House? Wan Zhao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle Immortal Gu House was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path Immortal Gu House was also within Wan Clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path Immortal Gu House was within Wan Clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Sha Ta stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth's shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. Bam! Earth's shuttle shook fiercely. The sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth's shuttle directly charged towards Emo Sha-Ta. Emo Sha-Ta was pale with fright. He turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth's shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. "Don't even think about it," Fang Huasheng shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal Killer Move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yihu to glare angrily. "You still have the mind to care about others." Taba Chung Feng attacked. He was a famous Gu Immortal in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a Wind Path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Huasheng's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth's shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall? Fang Dichang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. No, save Inquiry Doc first. Zuoqiu Sansha had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang Clan had roof tile breaking killer move. It countered Immortal Gu houses. Zuoqiu Clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand. It was created by Zuoqiu Sansha. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles. It could also counter Immortal Gu houses. Without a doubt, this was the Anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang Clan. Fang Clan was most skilled in Immortal Gu houses. Zuoqiu Sansha, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang Clan. We cannot let him use his killer move. Fang Dichang pointed out Zuoqiu Sansha's threat and immediately ordered, "Fang Ji, Fang Dongxi, go." Two Fang Clan rank 7 Gu Immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house only had 2 floors. It was a short building. When the Immortal Gu house was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 Immortal Gu house, Smoke Wave Building. A brand new Immortal Gu house has appeared. Fang Clan traded so many resource points. They indeed built another Immortal Gu house from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shirkong stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the Smoky Wave Tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smoke Wave Tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly, it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Zuoqiu Sansha. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal Killer Move, Swirling Clear Space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Fang Dichang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. "Fang Long, Fang Yun, look after Chicken Dog Coop for me." Fang Dichang flew out and immediately took out an Immortal Gu house and flew inside. Another rank 7 Immortal Gu house. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang Clan had 3 new Immortal Gu houses, and they were all rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable give to the Fang Clan? The third Immortal Gu house was called Thought Expelling Pavilion. It was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu house that matched Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang activated the Immortal Gu houses method and shot at Zuoqiu Sansha. Zuoqiu Sansha was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind, and circled around him. The Gu worms in the Immortal Aperture became chaotic. Zuoqiu Sansha's killer move activation failed. He coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Qingfeng and Gong Jiaocha saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Zuoqiu Sansha, while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought-expelling pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaoche's fire path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lank cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. I can't hold on any longer. Shirkang's entire body was pitch black, as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the smoky wave tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shirkang. It was the Earth Shuttle. Shirkang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. Bang! At the critical moment, Shishutong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth Shuttle's path. Shirkang almost brushed past the Earth Shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fang Dichang saw this and activated Thought-Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Deji. Tian Deji was so scared that he quickly released ancient, desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself, who knew that Fang Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's Gu Immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought-Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought-Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of results. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang clan Gu Immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking. The tower quickly collapsed. Good. Xiao Yi, whose eyes shined with bright light, he finally saw a Gu Immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal Gu House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth's shuttle approaching. Xiao Yi, who cursed, he had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding Gu Immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The Anti-Fang Alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. Don't you want revenge? Then come, Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Wheel quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge. He stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, Fang Gong, you are going too far. He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided. Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. This is the power of a rank 8 strength path Gu Immortal? Dong Zhu did not say a word. She let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided. The Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed. It was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong. The surface of the wheel was in tatters. Fang Gong, don't be arrogant. Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, Wan Clan had paid a huge price to Xiao Clan. Why? It was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal Gu House Chamber Pot was small, It could not carry people like ordinary immortal goo houses. It would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with goo immortals outside. Even Fong Gong would be threatened. Fong Gong, die. Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fong Gong. Fong Gong, you are still not retreating? Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fong Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. This is the battle that will make my Fong clan famous. How can I, Fong Gong, be stingy with my life? There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fong Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked. They were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of goo worm corpses. They looked at Fong Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fong Gong's body. Success. Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. Wan Clan's goo immortals were overjoyed. Boom. Fong Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The Anti-Fong Alliance's immortals were terrified. Many people subconsciously opened their mouth wide in shock. How is this possible? Xiao Yi, who could not believe it. His eyes were wide open. You are next. Fong Gong looked at Xiao Yi, who and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, whose heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fong Gong's ferocious aura. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. Where do you think you are going? Fong Gong flew towards Xiao Yi, who like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. Save me. My Xiao clan will repay you generously. Xiao Yi, who frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiaoche, Tang Lan Ku, Qin Lang, Tian Deji, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fong Gong did not dodge. All the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi, who, like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi, who could not shake off Fong Gong. He could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. Let this battle start the rise of my Fong clan. Fong Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian watched the battle quietly. Seeing this scene, the former was somewhat restless. Friends from the Celestial Court, it is better for you to watch quietly. Lu Wei-yin appeared with a smile on his face. Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian's expressions changed. They stared at Lu Wei-yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Fong Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Dao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Fong Yuan's luck was low. It had only increased slightly compared to before. There was no problem. A portion of Fong Yuan's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Fong battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Fong Clan's matter had caused a huge commotion. All 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Fong Clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. Wan Clan is hiding, so Celestial Court is actually supporting Wan Clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Fong battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life, with my luck path methods, I would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Dalmarks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal goo, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they goo immortals or immortal goo, were envied by heaven. They could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal goo in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman star constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence. He needed to refine Dalmarks. His luck path immortal goo did not have rank 9. It was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck. It would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the three venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure. He had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought. Where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect, but Feng Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body. He cultivates all paths. His future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path. Thus, the number of rank 9 immortal goo far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path. It did not spread out. It had little development. Other goo immortals could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods, but there were very few luck path immortal goo that could reach rank 9. In contrast, refinement path was the most widely developed path, because goo refinement was something that goo cultivators could not avoid. Even goo cultivators of other paths would refine goo to some extent. This way, as refinement path developed, there would be more refinement path goo cultivators, there would be more refinement path Dalmarks, there would be an endless supply of refinement path resources, there would be many types of refinement path immortal goo, there would also be more and more refinement path immortal goo that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Feng Yuan lacks immortal essence now. He is still far from refining rank 9 refinement path immortal goo. Maybe my bad luck is not Feng Yuan or star constellation immortal venerable, but other venerables. If the other venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Feng Yuan had cooking luck pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured heavenly secret. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the Blood Path Immortal Goo trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Feng Yuan obstruct Giant Sun Immortal in terms of Blood Path Immortal Goo, Celestial Court had already done so back in Blood Sea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's Core Immortal Goo, Blood Relation, and Red Heart Traveler's Heart Blood Immortal Goo were things that Giant Sun Immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was still in a long negotiation with Feng Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over Blood Path Immortal Goo, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Feng Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yi Hu and punched. Xiao Yi Hu was terrified. He could only use a Mortal Goo House Chamber Pot to block. With a loud explosion, Chamber Pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying Fist Force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yi Hu's chest. Xiao Yi Hu was sent flying like a meteor. A deep pit was formed on his chest. A large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yi Hu was on the verge of death. Chamber Pot shattered. Retreat. We can't fight anymore. The anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits. Their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations. He was not countered by Chamberpot. This Fang clan's first supreme elder was simply the bane of immortal Gu houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked Wan clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Shao clan's Chamberpot. These three immortal Gu houses were all rank 7. They had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly. Ignoring the rank 7 Gu immortals who were retreating, he stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had one immortal Gu house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 immortal Gu house. It could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army. As long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other Gu immortals might be elites among rank 7 Gu immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged. They were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 immortal Gu houses. They are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat. Retreat. The Celestial Court is still not making a move? Sigh. They are really too useless. Look at how much heaven-refining demon Venerable supported Fang clan. A total of 3 immortal Gu houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Dichong displayed his Wisdom Path Gu immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment, he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 Gu immortals, but to control the immortal Gu houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the Gu immortals in the alliance besides Wan clan were retreating frantically. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, Wan clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, my Fang clan will not demand all of your immortal Gu, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won. Fang Lung and Fang Yun were already cheering. Fang clan's immortals had no objections to Fang Gong's persuasion. Fang clan had already discussed this. If such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If Wan clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fang clan. Once Wan clan admitted defeat, Fang clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of Wan clan's territory. Wan clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other super forces to form an anti-Fang alliance again. Of course, Wan clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by Wan clan. But to Fang clan, the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Wei-yin, it seems Fang clan won? Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The 2 Rockman Gu immortals were beside Lu Wei-yin, and seeing this scene, they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Wei-yin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court's side, Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong had calm expressions. They even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded. Fang clan's descendant is truly amazing. Your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my Wan clan be humiliated like this? Fang clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the Wan clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fang clan knew a lot about Wan Zihong. It did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fang clan and Wan clan. Fang Gong frowned as he probed. Ha ha ha. The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. When dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, Gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including Gu immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, 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 loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection. All sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot. Their chests felt stifled. They could barely breathe. Fong Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside thought-expelling pavilion, the wisdom path Gu immortal Fong Dichong was half-kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted Wan Clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fong Gong barely resisted. He retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are Wan Gucho?" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. He aged rapidly. Close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fong Dichong spoke with difficulty. Fong Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. Wan Gucho, isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in Wan Clan's history? When she was in power, Wan Clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years. Myriad Age Building was created by her. She actually survived? That's right. This is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, Wan Gucho, is famous in history. Only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in Myriad Age Building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, Wan Gucho stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance Gu immortals, "Are you still not going to attack?" The immortals came to a realization. They shouted and charged over again. Fong Clan was hit by the killer move Wan Gucho. They could not get rid of their depressed emotions. They could not even display 20% of their battle strength. They were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought-Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fong Dichong in Thought-Expelling Pavilion, Fong Gong and the other immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fong Dichong was rescued, but Fong Clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding immortal Gu house, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fong Dongxi and Fong Enlei, 2 rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fong Clan brought the 3 damaged immortal Gu houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing Pin Chinese Net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao'er woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao'er was dazed. He found himself in a vast, desolate plain. Quickly escape. Run, run. A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. Crack. With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook. With a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone, including Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was stunned. He was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic. Wang Xiao'er also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dongfang Shi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul-searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dongfang Shi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dongfang Shi captured Wang Xiao'er and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dongfang Shi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao'er's body. Dongfang Shi imprisoned Wang Xiao'er in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao'er, but he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao'er. "All of you, shut up." A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao'er and the rest raised their heads. "Your ancestor Fong Dong died in battle. Everything here belongs to me. Xiao Yihu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead." Xiao Yi, whose face was pale, he had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei died in battle to protect Fang Dichong. They were both rank 7 Gu immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal aperture's entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth qi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yihu took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yihu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed by Fang Gong. Even if he emptied Fang Dongxi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. "No, the Wan clan must give me an explanation." Xiao Yihu's expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in Eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the Wan clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fang Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the Wan clan's blessed land. The immortals of the Anti-Fang Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yihu slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, "Senior Wan Gucho, Junior Xiao Yi, who represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss." Things were different now. Wan Gucho suddenly revived and defeated Fang clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yi, who had to restrain his attitude towards the Wan clan. Very soon, Xiao Yi, who received permission to enter the main hall and saw Wan Gucho. Wan Gucho was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Haoguang, on the right stood Wan Xiao. Hee hee. She looked at Xiao Yihu and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. "Xiao Clan's Junior, you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while."
Yes.
Xiao Yihu did not dare to retort. He chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, the other Anti-Fang Alliance Gu immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the 2 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian, were present. Wan Gucho looked around and said directly, "Although Fang clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang clan will not be able to resist us. Fang clan has fallen to the demonic path. We must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together." The immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wan Gucho was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the Anti-Fang Alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless. She wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The immortals could not help but be moved. Fang clan sold a large number of Wan clan's resource points and sold few of their own resource points. Fang clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan clan is sinister. They purposely hid Wan Gucho and kept us in the dark. Wan Gucho had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan clan. On the surface, Wan clan has the most transactions with Xiao clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent's Celestial Court. None of the immortals present were stupid. They had already reacted during this period of time. If Wan Gucho made her move earlier, even if the Anti-Fang Alliance defeated Fang clan, the credit would go to most of the Alliance's Gu immortals. But Wan Gucho only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan clan's prestige. The Alliance immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions. They did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan broke the rules. How can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's Gu immortal world? I agree with Senior Wan Gucho's plan, but we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses. Some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiao Yihu. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more. They wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert Gu immortals agreed, Wan Gu Cho looked at the two Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time, we will need your help to counterattack Fong Clan. Wan Gu Cho understood deeply. Compared to these Western Desert Gu immortals, Celestial Court's support was more important. Without Celestial Court's support, Wan Clan could not attack Fong Clan. Wan Clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wan Gu Cho was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her mini-rank 8-time Path Immortal Gu were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her Myriad Gu Cho killer move was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong looked at each other. This development was not out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhou Xiong Xian stood up. Friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path. We are also very willing to support you. However, Fong Clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fong Clan have the guts to attack Wan Clan? The true source is not Fong Clan, but Eastern Sea's heaven-refining demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent. The Gu immortals looked at each other. Wan Gu Cho was the first to break the silence. My Wan Clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fong Clan, Wan Clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. Wan Gu Cho spoke again. Xiao Yihu, what do you think? Xiao Yihu's expression was very unsightly. Wan Gu Cho had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yihu, am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time, but Zhou Xiong Xian had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yihu to contact your clan's Gu immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? Wan Gu Cho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fong, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the Anti-Fong Alliance, my Wan clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now, they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, Wan Gu Cho would chase them out of the Anti-Fong Alliance. Only by joining the Anti-Fong Alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fong Clan. After a while, the Gu immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert's superclans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the Gu immortals would not get any benefits. Fong Clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good. You did not disappoint me after all. Wan Gu Cho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the Anti-Fong Alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fong Clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. By then, she would be like Western Desert's Wu Yong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making Wan Gu Cho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fong Yuan is number one in Gu refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his heart. On the same day, Wan Gu Cho announced the establishment of the new Anti-Fong Alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in Wan clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world changed. Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fang clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other Gu immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes action personally, this Wan Gu Chou is just a clown. Humph, Fang Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? Haha, it would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant Son, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shi Zhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fang clan failed. It seems that Shi Kong has a chance again. However, Fang clan only lost 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shi Zhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kong was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shi Zhong flattered Shi Kong on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth immortal Gu had failed again. The thought of asking Fang Yuan for help in the Gu refinement flashed in his mind. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth mortal Gu. Shi Zhong could not be nurtured to begin with. Trying to refine wealth immortal Gu in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now. He could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt, and the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal Gu. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal Gu, but he managed to refine wealth mortal Gu. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies, Shi Zhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal Gu and bringing them into Jewel Yellow Skies. Wealth mortal Gu gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal Gu. This situation attracted the attention of other Gu immortals. What Gu is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? New Heir 2 asked. In a little over a year, he advanced to rank 6 Gu immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains' New Heir clan, he was still a new rank 6 Gu immortal. When he had some free time, he would communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. New Heir 2 was the great-grandson of Gu immortal New Heir Qi. He had also participated in the last Imperial Court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fang Yuan's Changshan Yin. He was recognized as one of the 5 Beast Kings by Northern Plains Gu Masters. This is Wealth Gu, Shi Zhong replied. New Heir 2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth Gu? Wasn't this the legendary immortal Gu recorded in The Legends of Renzu? With your mortal Gu. Shi Zhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal Gu recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth Gu can be turned into any rank 5 Gu material. New Heir 2's heart shook as he asked, any rank 5 Gu material? Can it be used multiple times? Shi Zhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable Gu. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shi Zhong had been trying to refine immortal Gu level wealth Gu. If he sold too many wealth mortal Gu, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal Gu recipe. At that time, Shi Zhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shi Zhong would not sell these wealth mortal Gu. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal Gu. New Heir 2 thought, these wealth Gu can only be converted into any rank 5 Gu material. They are not practical. As a Gu immortal, what rank 5 Gu material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth Gu. Buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. New Heir 2 asked for the price. His divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for immortal Gu? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shi Zhong said, friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal Gu for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it. As long as you have these mortal goo, you can deduce some mortal goo recipes from them. Wealth immortal goo. Think about it. How valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal goo are basically unique in the current world. There are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in goo refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shi Zhong had a glib tongue. New Heir too fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shi Zhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal goo recipe? New Heir too was not stupid. He thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth goo is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shi Zhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, how can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. New Heir too hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth goo. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shi Zhong replied, Friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious goo immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shi Zhong was slightly dazed, while New Heir too became vigilant. Shi Zhong thought about it and said, Friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you. But you came later. This friend arrived earlier. We are almost done. Shi Zhong did not want to sell all the wealth goo to one person. That way, he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal goo recipe would be higher. This mysterious goo immortal's attitude made Shi Zhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability, he naturally hoped that New Heir too would buy some. But New Heir too backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious goo immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal goo? New Heir too had heard of this scam before. Thus, New Heir too gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shi Zhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth goo to the mysterious goo immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left Jewel Yellow Skies and prepared to refine goo again. He really sold them? New Heir too was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious goo immortal obtained wealth goo, he also left Jewel Yellow Skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's goo immortal Xiao Bai Hong. Xiao Bai Hong gave these wealth goo to the rank 5 goo master beside him, Xiao Qi Xing. Xiao Qi Xing was Xiao Bai Hong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Bai Hong said, O Qi Xing, are these wealth goo really that helpful to you? Xiao Qi Xing said, Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path, and recently obtained a goo immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 justice immortal goo recipes. One of the immortal goo recipes is the most outstanding. It uses wealth immortal goo as a supplement to refine justice immortal goo. Now, even though we did not obtain wealth immortal goo, with these mortal goo, we can modify that immortal goo recipe. Once I refine justice immortal goo, I can use this goo as my vital goo and officially advance to a human path goo immortal. The 10 children of human path were aware of the superiority of human path, thus they planned to become human path goo immortals. But this way, they would need human path goo worms as vital goo. Xiao Qi Xing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 justice immortal goo in advance and use it as his vital goo. At that time, if his immortal ascension was successful, his vital goo would advance to rank 7. That way, the rank 6 Xiao Qi Xing would obtain rank 7 vital immortal goo in advance. Justice goo is no doubt a human path goo worm. With it, along with soldier goo, sergeant goo, and others, I will be able to grasp the human path killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qi Xing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Bai Hong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qi Xing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern Border, Tai Clan. Good, good, good. The righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chu Zhong laughed loudly. Lord Chu Zhong, I wonder what made you so happy? A female voice was heard. Tai Chu Zhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female Gu master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruanan. Take a look. This is Western Desert's Fong clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chu Zhong handed an information path mortal Gu to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan probed with her consciousness and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chu Zhong said with hatred. I had thought that Fong clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fong Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fong clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fong Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fong Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruanan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fong Yuan. Firstly, Tai clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fong Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruanan. They already had enmity on Qingmao Mountain. Her father had died there. And Tai Chu Zhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fong Yuan, but was captured by Fong Yuan, and his immortal edge Gu was stolen by Fong Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fong Yuan. Tai Chu Zhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a Gu master. Tai Ruanan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported Wan clan and revived Wan Gu Cho. They would rather provide immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fong clan's danger is not related to Wan clan's destruction. Wan clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fong clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other Gu immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal Yuan stone, immortal Gu, and can even revive Gu immortals. Wan clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake. It cannot be widely used. It will only make justice appear weak. Chapter 2294. I have read some comments recently. Thank you for your guidance. Many people said that the plot was lousy, but I actually put a lot of effort into it. For example, the choice of the supporting characters in this chapter was done after careful consideration. On the surface, the clues in this chapter were the anti-Fong conflict, but in the dark, it was Justice Gu. It revealed the way of the Celestial Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme, and Tai clan's own thoughts. But I have to admit, Venerable Gu is not a good book to read. Because there are too many clues and too many characters, once they are written, the scale of the book will expand rapidly. The best time to read is around 1 to 3 chapters. Thus, many people felt that the first few chapters were interesting. Actually, the later stages were also very interesting, but they were different from the earlier stages. Once you read through it, you would find that the characters and events interacted with each other. The characters from a few million words ago still had their own performances in the later stages. Everyone has their own desires and thoughts, and the whole world is alive. At the end of the book, these characters would experience life and death agitation. Their ideals would collide. They would experience the ups and downs of their own fates, causing a dazzling spark to blossom. This writing style was closer to traditional literature. It was indeed a thankless task. Because web novels were a genre, the content of each chapter would be magnified in the reader's perception. The beauty of the overall layout would be reduced over and over again. My outline was over 860,000 words long. I used at least half an hour to think about each chapter before I started writing. There were very few web novels that involved so many characters. This is also a huge challenge for me. I did not know what the final result would be. Would it be a success or a failure? But I felt the joy of writing from this challenge. But I also understood that most of the time, my readers would only read it for a few minutes every day. They would forget many characters. Recently, I have seriously looked at the suggestions of my readers. Many of the suggestions were very pertinent. For example, there were too many typos. I would like to apologize for this. Indeed, I did not do it well enough. Currently, every once in a while, I would correct the typos that my readers found. In the future, I would check it several times before uploading it. Actually, I did check it, but I was too familiar with the article. I could read it quickly. Honestly speaking, checking was quite difficult. The first time you read it, you would find typos more easily. There were also some suggestions on writing and style. First, the management team will do a questionnaire survey, which will be released in the group, Tieba, and other channels. Everyone, please do your best. Let me see what everyone thinks. Secondly, I have done some reflection. It was easy for me to rewrite it. If the story was straightforward, it would indeed make the readers feel better when they followed the updates. I could make a little more money, but it would be a waste. Writing in a straightforward manner is actually less taxing on the brain and less challenging than writing in my current style, and my enjoyment of writing is reduced. Venomous Goo Master, in my view, has always placed earning money at the back. I think if I update it a little more, I might make some adjustments to the look and feel. After all, if you only read one chapter, the progress of the plot would indeed be limited. My writing method would involve many supporting characters, which would indeed have such a disadvantage. The troublesome thing was that this writing method required a lot of thought and meticulous planning, so there wasn't much time to write. Therefore, there were only so many updates. Everyone should understand each other. I try to update more. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts, which were very, very long, and I was very touched. I know, this is all because of their love for the book, especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu Zhong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Rua Anan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu Zhong heard that Tai Mian Shun chose Tai Rua Nan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu Zhong completely acknowledged Tai Rua Nan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Rua Nan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fang Yuan is vicious. He stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it. My future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal. Tai Chu Zhong said with joy. Tai Ruanan was not modest. Yes, these days, I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos. Providence is in chaos. There will be losses during the Immortal Ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is very important. Tai Chu Zhong guided. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu Zhong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the Gu cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the Gu cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity. It will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare. We cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way, the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete. There will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, We can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruanan's eyes flickered with light, asking, "Then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions?" Normally speaking, when asking about the immortal goo recipes of ordinary rank 7 immortal goo, this is the standard. Any goo worm related to the legends of Renzu is not an ordinary goo. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about Metal Path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the Earth Path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the Dream Path. Meanwhile, southern border, Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave, Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Wong, I've brought some good wine this time." In front of him was an elderly Gu immortal. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, "Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Gu immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, but I only want to cultivate in seclusion. I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it." This old man was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He cultivated Wisdom Path and was called Forgotten Taoist. Wu clan specialized in Wind Path. They had no advantage in Wisdom Path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates. After learning that Forgotten Taoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. In the current world, the 2 heavens are in chaos. The 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others, in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out. For example, Western Desert's Fong clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fong Yuan, Fong clan invaded Wan clan. Even Wan clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the Celestial Court helped Wan clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fong Yuan? You are a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator. You cannot ignore this." Forgotten Taoist sighed again. It is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading an ultimate force. They have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you, Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Please leave. Wu Yong sighed deeply. He could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to Forgotten Taoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shi Zhong, who worked hard to refine Immortal Gu in secret. There was Shao Qi Xing, who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 Vital Gu before ascending to Immortal. There was New Heir Tu, who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a Gu Immortal. There was Tai Ruanan, who cultivated Metal Path as a Gu Master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a Gu Immortal like Forgotten Taoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a super force whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fong Clan. Fong Clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fong Clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fong Gong, Fong Dichong, Fong Long, or Fong Yun, they all had heavy moods. Wan Gucho had recovered all of Wan Clan's lost territories, but the anti-Fong alliance still existed. If not for the alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fong Clan would have already been attacked by the anti-Fong alliance. Even though Fong Clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly visited. Fong Clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fong Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fong Clan's immortals welcomed Lu Weiyin into the hall. Lu Weiyin saw that the Fong Clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Gu Cho is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Gu Cho is a compound killer move of Time Path and Wisdom Path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fang Huashang sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts. We can only slowly erase them. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special immortal goo this time. Please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Weiyin lent an immortal goo to Fang Dichang. This was a rank 7 immortal goo belonging to Wisdom Path. Fang Dichang barely managed to activate it as the immortal goo shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fang Dichang's expression recovered. He felt relaxed. The melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good immortal goo, Fang Dichang praised. Lu Weiyin continued. Our alliance leader learned of Fang Clan's defeat. He specially refined this immortal goo. With this Wisdom Path immortal goo, it is easy to heal the remnant power of Myriad Gu Cho. Other than this immortal goo, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against Myriad Gu Cho. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. He was about to speak. Lu Weiyin continued. Friends from Fang Clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang Clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei. This is a huge loss for Fang Clan. But it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive Myriad Gu Cho. How can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance Leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these 2, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time, the expressions of Fang Clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chun was extremely excited. He was Fang Clan's son-in-law. Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Weiyin smiled. Earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human chi as a commodity. This human chi is the key to Lord Alliance Leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these 2 to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance Leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold? Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another, venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang Clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Weiyin looked around as he said loudly, Do you still not understand? Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal Gu houses are like this. Rank 8 Gu Immortals are like this. Even Venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated, Shi Feng said. Fang Dichang squinted. Lord Lu Weiyin seems to be implying something. Lu Weiyin chuckled. I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous. How can Fang Clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance Leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal goo and immortal materials to revive my clan's goo immortals. Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. The other goo immortals were in an uproar. How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang clan. Fang Clan's immortals reacted intensely. They looked at Lu Wei-yin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Wei-yin shrugged, saying calmly, "Whether we sell or not is up to you. I am only giving you a small suggestion." "Sell." Fong Dicheng's voice was extremely hoarse. Fong Gong was silent. He did not object. "Lord Fong Dicheng." Some Fong clan Gu immortals stood up in excitement. But Fong Dicheng's next words made these Gu immortals unable to retort. "If we don't sell, can you defend them?" Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fong Dicheng was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fong Dicheng was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fong Clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short. They ranged from ordinary goo materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the #1 resource point of Fong Clan. It was the pride of every Fong Clan Gu immortal. But now, he had to sell it to Fong Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fong Dicheng's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fong Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fong Dicheng. "You really are here." Fong Gong sighed. Fong Dicheng, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. "Fong Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about Wan Guchao's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss." Fong Gong was slightly taken aback. Fong Dicheng continued, "Even if he does not know about Wan Guchao's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's Gu immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that Venerables had methods to easily revive Gu immortals. I would have been on guard against Wan Guchao. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal Gu in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated. Instead, the anti-Fong alliance would collapse." Fong Dicheng was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fong Clan and the anti-Fong alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of Wan Guchao's existence, Fong Clan would not have sent 6 immortal Gu houses to attack Myriad Age Building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fong Clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of Wan Clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. "All right." Fong Gong smiled bitterly. "Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The Gu immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures, adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fong Yuan. Wan Guchao's resurrection is very hard to predict." Fong Dicheng's expression was cold as ice. "No, it is Fong Yuan. Everything is because of Fong Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fong clan defeating the anti-Fong alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see, but it is also not what Fong Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fong clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fong clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fong Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and Gu Immortal revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves. We can only rely on Fong Yuan. We can only continue to invade other super forces' resource points and trade them with Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal goo and other cultivation resources. Our Fang clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him, and he, Guyue Fang Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal Venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes will be shouldered by our Fang clan. He, Guyue Fang Yuan, is clean. He, ha ha ha, what heaven and earth great love alliance. What great love immortal Venerable. Fang Dichang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled, and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fang Gong, think about it. Don't you feel that Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him. I hate him. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea super forces. They were too weak and easily bullied. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Dichang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Dichang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Dichang. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was strange. How could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven refining demon Venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Dichang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, Second Supreme Elder. You are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Dichang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued, I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate Wan clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state. I could not do anything. My fists were so weak. My body was so fragile. Fang Dichang, you are not the first Supreme Elder, I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, I would immediately commit suicide in front of the anti-Fang alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled, and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan. Only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history. I don't want Fang clan to end in my hands. Do you understand? Fang Dichang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong. Of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing. Today's Tassel Desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people, there is hope. You are right. Fang Dichang also stood up with a resolute expression. Our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon Venerable's mountain-like body charged towards Jun Shangguang and Che Wei, the two celestial court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Shenguang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Shenguang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed. Even if spectral soul demon Venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Jun Shenguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed spectral soul demon Venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam, bam, bam. Spectral soul demon Venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two heavenly court Gu immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught. They were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly. Spectral soul demon Venerable lost his consciousness, and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the heavenly veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a heavenly veil? Shun Shang suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang's hearts sank. They became very vigilant. Shen Shang had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. He was a truly strong enemy to them. Shen Shang also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at spectral soul demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two celestial court Gu immortals. Can you tell me why celestial court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Shenguang had grim expressions. Shen Shang continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Shen Shang, don't go overboard. Fang Clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the super forces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Shun Clan's good days will be numbered soon. Shen Shang squinted. You don't need to worry about my Shen Clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Shenguang spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Shen Shang chased for a while, forcing the two celestial court Gu immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious Heaven Path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to Alliance leader Fang Yuan. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.